auction, pumping and dumping, manipulate the market, flooded from the darknet, flooded from the deep web, keep it a secret. Every exchange got the nerdy brains trading on the frequent.
Okay, I think turning the mic on helps. Let's see if the audio is working now. There's a bit of a delay, so I won't know until it happens. There we go. All right, that's what all that was. Hello, everyone out there on the interwebs. If you hold on, let me close. Our co-founder has no concept of what closing a door is, so here we go. That works. And if you hear crazy loud sounds and screams and stuff in the background, that is our co-founder G.I. Jack making yum-yums as I slowly try to upgrade this thing, hoping that when it upgrades in time we'll be able to show something, even though it might break. Also, I hope you get the joke here. This is one of my favorite shirts. I originally got this at a hacker convention that used to work back in ye old 2007 called NotaCon, run by Froggy. It's out in Cleveland, Ohio. You know what's the best thing to do in Cleveland, Ohio? Pack up and leave. There's nothing to do there. It's boring. But yeah, that's this shirt. And of course, I'm rocking the blockchain because this is Crypto Barons. Well, even if you don't know what Crypto Barons is, who the hell am I? Well, I'm Sidepocket. That's what people refer to me on the internet. Surprisingly, I do have a legal name, but that's up to you to do OwnSend and Recon on. So, you know, it's not that it's difficult. But wow, I didn't realize how much the cocoa butter really makes my skin shiny on cam. Holy crap. But I'm one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201. DEFCON 201 or DC 201 is one of the many DEFCON groups across the United States and across the world. And we're located in Jersey City, New Jersey. Yes, Jersey. Originally the armpit of America, but now with COVID and a crappy president, everything's the armpit of America. So cheers. We normally meet third Friday once a month, and our next meeting will be on October 16th. So that's this upcoming Friday, and we're going to announce details. I'm like watching this update go insanely slow. I should have did this hours ago. I didn't know there was going to be an update. Computers. But anyhow, we're going to be announcing news about our meeting Monday morning, I believe, and then we're going to be blitzkrieging that all the information from there starting this Monday. But it's going to be a lot. We're going to be dealing with Hacktoberfest, Hacktober CTF. We're going to have some amazing speakers, spooky Halloween stuff. It's going to be great. But yeah, if you want to know more about us, you can go to our website at www.defcon21.org. You can go on our many social media. Our big one is Twitter at defcon201nj. And if you go to our website or you just open DuckDuckGo and type in defcon201, you will find us on Instagram, GitHub. In fact, if you're on Twitch, you can scroll down and see our GitHub. We're going to get to that in a moment. You can find us on hostducks.social, which is a Mastodon instance at defcon201, all sorts of stuff. But ever since COVID and the fact that the police like to beat up anyone who has a face, we have been live streaming our meetups. And because we were like, why do we have all these accounts and stuff if we're only going to stream once a month? We decided, hey, let's become our own pirate TV station and broadcast like in the movie Hackers, you know, it's like I'm playing God, to all of you about some of the know-hows that we encounter, as well as weird experiments that we do and we often fail on, which is a common occurrence on at DEFCON 201. And my hair is, this is pre-combed, pre-everything. Yeah, so we have a bunch of different shows. And I have two shows. The previous show that happened, which is going to happen on next Sunday, is Master of Unlocking, where I teach, how to pick locks and all that type of stuff. This show is entirely different. If you notice the giant banner at the bottom, and finally this thing reboots, this show is known, where are you? You are over here. There we go. This show is known as Crypto Barons. And on this show, we look at cryptocurrencies and the blockchain technologies that support them, as well as cool software implementations of blockchain technologies. And while we do get a little tiny bit into like the markets and how what do you call it? Yeah, the markets and like the communities and such, we're mainly interested in looking at cryptocurrencies and blockchain as a piece of technology. So we look at how it's implemented, we look at the code, we try to run some code, we usually fail at running the code, type in some commands, things like that. Definitely getting my hydration up. So, what is going on with today's episode? Well, if you had seen the previous one, we're now kind of getting into some themes here. This is when the episodes start flowing into each other. Last episode, we covered cryptocurrencies that have various security measures in them. Now, there's the bad misconception that just because it's called crypto in the word cryptocurrency, as well as that, you know, it does uses randomized usually SHA encrypted hashes in order to make the blocks and verify the blockchain. You will know how that works if you looked at the first episode of Crypto Barons, where we built the blockchain live on air coding. People think, oh, just because there's a blockchain involved, it's secure. No, it's not. In fact, a big thing about Bitcoin and a lot of the other major cryptocurrencies is the fact that they are public ledgers. Key word. This is something ILMOB doesn't get. The word public. Meaning, when you make a transaction, for example, on Bitcoin, everyone can see you're making that transaction, that you're making it, who you're sending it to, what amount, and probably deduce what you are buying, essentially, with that cryptocurrency, or why you're sending it. And even to the degree of possibly also where you are located, where it says your IP and MAC address are located, as well as, like, depending on what network you're on, what you're probably using it for. Like, is it legal? Is it illegal? All that stuff. And so we covered a bunch of cryptocurrencies, and we kind of half covered Monero, and we could only cover half of Monero with its different security features, because we are now going into this episode. These are our two Halloween themed episodes, and this first one is called, I wish there was like G.I. Jack was like at the light in the living room for this or something, but it's like, do it came from the dark web, like Tales from the. Actually, we should probably call this Tales from the Cryptocurrency Keeper. That would be really funny. Maybe that's what we'll call this two-part series. This is part one of Tales from the Cryptocurrency Keeper. Of course, I come up with a way better title while I'm on stream, but I digress. So what we're going to be looking at is we are going to be looking at the dark web, or sometimes referred to as the deep web. It has many different names. There's many different platforms. We actually looked at 2 or 3 episodes ago. We looked at, let's see, is this virus actually real or something else? No, it is very much real. If you're unsure if it's real at this point, the fact that the United States president caught it and had to use very the FBI is already rating us, but no, that was a joke, hopefully. But no, the fact that the United States president got it and went under very expensive treatment of stuff that no one can afford because A, we have no economy, and 2, even if we had economy, no one in America, including myself, has health insurance, and that he used, what was it? There was one thing which it was antibodies that are harvested from aborted fetuses and stuff like that. Yeah, it's real. And we're doing really bad, but that's a whole other topic. Let's get into the somehow less depressing world of the dark web or the deep web or however you want to call it. So, trying to figure out how to segue from that. But thank you, Retro Richie, for asking that. I liked your program where you streamed some retro games. In fact, I don't know. I don't think he's going to do it the next episode. He's going to kind of do it because we kind of have like a Doom thing I think he wants to do. But our co-founder, G.I. Jack, he runs a show called Archvile Linux Perspective. He just did his episode last Thursday where I got to bother him in World of Warcraft, and he did a bunch of disk images. I would say half the time, because Linux gamers, we don't know what modern is in terms of gaming. But if I'm the dirty Nintendo console peasant gamer, so what do I know? I'm going to drink to that. But I would say half the time when you attend Archvile Linux Perspective on Thursday, in fact, next Thursday will be the next Archvile, he's usually playing some form of retro game, so you might want to get in touch with him and talk to him about that because he likes playing retro games. He likes playing games with other people. So, anyhow, we're getting way too off topic here, as we usually do because I'm the one hosting the stream. And like I'm going to reiterate, we're going to look at cryptocurrencies, how they are used on the dark web or the deep web, and also cryptocurrencies and blockchain technologies that either can be piped through a dark web or deep web, or extensively use a darknet or deep net's network and routing technology in order to do their cryptocurrency. So, without further ado, we're going to do my favorite unceremoniously. I'm working on an alternate thing as our co-founder chokes to death. I swear to God, it's not me, I think. I'm pretty sure I put all the poisons away. But I'm going to do the unglamorous thing. It's probably one of the last times. Also, it's probably the last time we use the old show opening, because I do have an HD one, but it costs some money that I don't have right now. But I will be getting that. So the next Crypto Barons, which I'll tell what the episode is at the end, I will talk about that. Also, again, before I switch over, and we are going to get into topics, it's going to be a lot of looking at code, a lot of terminal commands, a lot of programs are going to fail. It's just going to be nuts. That's why I'm watching this thing update. If you like what you see here, if you really liked Archvile and you're tuning in now, or you're going to really like this Crypto Barons episode because we have a lot of cool stuff to cover, or you can't wait for October 16th meeting, but you're like me where you have a bad memory and you can't remember when the heck it's supposed to come on, you can, thank you, Hacker Retro Richie, for following us, because I was just about to say that. You can hit that bell, like, or subscribe on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. If you do, just like what you saw there, and thank you, Retro Richie, for that follow. I will see it, and you will see it on the stream, and I love cheering people on. But more than that, on Twitch, we always end rating another channel. Now, right now, there is a HackerCon going on called ShellCon LA. Most of it is on YouTube, but they're doing these amazing kick-ass DJ parties on Twitch. We are probably going to raid the DJ party at the end of this episode, because I don't know how long this episode is going to last. We have a lot to cover. But, what was I going to say about this? If there's something else, we might raid, but we always end it with a raid. And I just want to warn, we're probably going to raid ShellCon's awesome DJ music lineup at the end. But the second thing is that if you are on DLive, I don't know. I still don't know if you pronounce it, if it's supposed to be pronounced DLive or DeLive. It's DeLive. I have no idea. So I'm just going to keep calling it DLive because that's why I prefer. DLive did not list its pronouns, so I don't know what to call it. Anyhow, that's a last hydration for that because I'm going to have to refill anyhow. But if you are watching on DLive, I know that Crypto Barons usually are pretty long episodes because, hey, I'm a pretty big, long guy. And now I get to apply the upgrade for this, yay. And the program's still probably going to fail. But if you're on DLive, keep watching. Let other people on DLive know to keep watching because at the end, and I might sneak a surprise one in the middle, at the end of Crypto Barons, I always, and I might be really sneaky and sneak one right in the middle. I always, if you notice, we actually have a ton of lemons. We actually have way more than we're displaying. And if you're on the stream and I'll let you know, minutes beforehand when I'm about to do this, and I distribute lemons, I think right now we have 500 or 600, that will go out to you when we do the distribution. It always happens at the end, but I might sneak one in the middle just to see if everyone's paying attention. So if you're on DLive, stay tuned. So after all that's been said, and as this thing continues to upgrade, I'm going to pray by the time I reach this topic, this is finished upgrading. I'm going to do the last time, I think we're going to do this very unglamorously, and I'm going to do something all men hate and shrink myself and put myself, which way? That way. Up in the little corner and bring on the browser, and we're going to get into cryptocurrencies on the dark web. Here we go. Shrinking time in 3, 2, what? I didn't even say 1 and it shrunk me. I hate this. Nobody knows what consent is anymore. Things just happen. Make myself a little bigger just for my dignity. There we go. So I hope everyone can see me. By the way, if you can't see or hear me, or if I cover something and you're confused about why this thing is the way it is and stuff, please let me know in chat. I love talking to chat. You have any questions you want to shout out something, ask me about hacking, ask me about cryptocurrencies, what I think of my cool blockchain, the weird funny joke shell shirt, why my hair is so crazy. I will say, if you say bad things about brown people, and you know what I mean by that, I'm going to blast you, but whatever. please say so in chat. Otherwise, I love lurkers. I'm assuming if you're lurking, and I see the number of how many people are watching, you're learning and actually listening to me. You also could just be listening to me in the background while you whack off. I have no idea. But regardless, if you're lurking, that's fine. If you have a question or anything, or you just want to talk, let me know in chat. I'm always willing to. Might take me a minute or two to get off of a topic, but I'm always good at that. So let's bring up the browser, and you're going to probably notice something different here. But ta-da! This is the browser. In fact, I'm actually going to see, because I've never actually tried this function, if you can actually make this full screen or not. Let's try this. Cool, you can. I mean, I do like the little banner at the top, but yeah, you know what? Actually, because of... Whoop, that was the wrong button. I just doxed myself. I'm kidding. I just opened the code viewer for the website. There we go. Normally I make this full screen because I'm proud of myself, but I do like that I put this little background tour thing here. So you'll notice usually we start off with our website tab. Now, what you probably is odd is, why is it labeled Tor? Well, what we're actually in is the Tor browser. And because I'm an idiot, and actually we'll go to that in a moment, I'll explain what the Tor browser means and Tor in a moment, because we will cover what that is just in case you don't know. But let's, so normally this is our website. And if you saw our episode about ZeroNet, and I get to actually restart this, yay, you will know that we actually did already cover a dark web called ZeroNet, hence the name of the episode, where which uses it's based off of Bitcoin's blockchain. It uses that to verify yet keep encrypted privately the different users on the network, and then uses BitTorrent in order to stream back and forth. So we already covered a dark web. So you might already kind of familiar what a darknet is, and I will explain that. But basically a darknet or a dark web is any network that you can access at least semi-publicly, if not publicly. And that beep was me doing some hacks here in order to get this part of the computer going. So just give me one moment here, and now that works. I'm going to be a little bit of interrupting back and forth during this. But it's a network that you can ask at least semi-privately, publicly, if not fully publicly, that uses a separate routing method technology from the internet. You might also be familiar with something called a VPN. Everyone's been talking about them. For example, if you use Firefox, there's built-in VPNs. There's a lot of VPN services. If you're on YouTube and you get annoyed because there's so many VPN ads out there, you know, like Surf and Nord and ExpressVPN and blah, blah, blah. The thing about the VPNs is usually they only do one hop. A darknet is usually a lot more complicated than that. It at least does multiple hops, and it, instead of just simply sending your traffic somewhere else, it does various odd techniques in order to obfuscate or help hide your origin identity from your machine on the network. Also, another thing, it's not required, but, and it's a big but, let me unlock the persistence on this, but usually darknets also have their own URLs that are unique to its network. So, for example, this is our normal website, and if we click on this tab, this is the landing page for our Onion website, or .onion, which is what Tor uses. And don't worry, we're going to explain Tor in a moment. This is our landing page. I will actually post the link of this into our chat right now. So, DC201 Onion. This is one of the few times we get to like actually advertise it. It's not like it's a super secret, but we do try to keep it, you know, because we have a lot of fans who are from like viewers and members who are from other countries and they live in bad areas. Hell, we just recently became like a third world country, if you want to put it that way. Hold on a second. I just need to type in the password again so it updates properly. I'm probably gonna be yelling at this back and forth. Are you gonna do the thing now? Are you gonna behave? You gonna behave? You're gonna unlock the persistent storage now? You gonna do that? Huh, Stick? You gonna do that? Don't worry, I'm gonna show it in a moment. I'll look at you in a second. Watch. It's like kids. Every time, or grandfather clock, every time you look away, it's gonna, yay! It did that. Awesome. So now I get to start it. Alright, so, again, this is our Tor Onion page. I wanted to have our full site instead of a landing page, and of course you can see the obvious joke here that hopefully will not get us blasted off of our streaming service right now. But what was I getting to here? I didn't have time today to do it because we're still updating our current ClearNet website. That's what we refer to as our like .coms, .orgs, things like that, for our upcoming meeting. Once that happens on Monday, the ZeroNet website portal will be updated, and the Tor one not only will be updated, but will actually have our full website mirrored on here. But what it will retain is there are some unique links that you can only get through Tor. So for example, we, and I'll try to load it here, we have our own blog on Write As that has Tor access. So without leaving the Tor network and still staying on a .onion system, you can look up our what's been happening, and also it's also less text intensive. By the way, I should actually show this right now while I'm thinking about this. If I go to my phone here, at some point I'm gonna have to run over and charge. You can actually get 2 programs on here that'll be very helpful. You can get Orbot, which is sort of like a gateway thing here on your phone that allows you to access Tor. And what's neat about Orbot is it runs independently. So even though I'm going to show you a program that uses it, anything that I show here that is also virtually going to run on a phone, it will also work, on your desktop, it will also work on your phone. So I just want to make a note of that. And now I'm going to do the last stupid distraction thing I get to do today, which is to get to the terminal, if I can frickin' find it. It's supposed to be like right here. Let's see. It's not in there. It's not in there. Where the hell are you? You are in here somewhere. You in System Tools? Nope, that's actually root. I don't want root. Instead, what I'm going to do is just load this guy. And I guess I'll figure out how to load the terminal later, even though I had it loaded up earlier. Because again, sometimes I'm a massive moron on here, and it's now going to bother me that I can't find this. Give me one more second, then I'll go back to our topic. I'm just happy I don't get distracted by shiny things, you know. Here we go. There you are. Alright, that opened. But one of the main things you can use Orbot for is not only can you use Tor on your desktop, but you can actually run Tor in your on your phone browser. So if you have the Tor browser, and I'm going to open up the bookmarks here. Oh, it also updated too. Everything's updating now when we're live streaming, right? Because, you know, there's no rest for the wicked. So let's see. Right here. No, that's the wrong thing. Here we go. That's the right one. Come on, load. And it's going to take a minute. But yeah, that's our website on the phone again. So that's running Orbot through the Tor browser on your phone, the official Tor browser. There's also some third-party variants of that. And another cool thing also about Tor browser on your phone, and I'm going to go back to the Orbot, is that if you really want to be private about this, and don't worry, I'm going to explain it in a moment, there's an option for VPN mode, which will essentially force all connections through Tor. It will basically make Tor into basically your phone's default VPN mode, and all that jazz. So let me just. This is gonna be the last time I get distracted here. I promise. The other problem too is when I'm running here is notoriously slow, so we're gonna cross our fingers about this. So I'm just gonna let that run, or not. Let's see. Preferences. Let's do colors. And let's do green on black. There we go. That's a lot better looking in my opinion. All right, so back to this. But what's unique also about our landing portal, which even in our full version of our website you'll find here. So not only are there unique leaks like we have our blog on Tor. We're on a sort of Facebook only sort of thing on Tor, known as Galaxy 3. So we have our own group for that I honestly need to be updating more often, and one of my friends here is messaging me, so I'm just going to send them the link to watch them live stream for me. By the way, again, if you like the content that you see here right now, and trust me, we are very slowly, because everyone's trying to distract me right now, is getting to that content. But if you like this content, you can hit that bell, like, share, subscribe, or follow us on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. If you do, hi Jack, I will hopefully I will see the message pop up there and be like, yay, You just do this. Just clicking through some default bullcrap here. Give me one moment. Sorry, I forgot about this part of the this part here. I don't know why. I'm always very confused of why they put certain things where they do in this thing. But yeah, we're on Galaxy 3, which is a unique thing. And again, if you see that, if you follow us on Twitch, DLive or YouTube, I'll see the pop up on there and cheer you on. And again, if you're on Twitch, we're gonna raid someone at the end. If you're on DLive, I might sneak ninja it in the middle of the episode. But if you are at the end of the episode and I haven't done it yet, I will share lemons on there, which is sort of the in currency for DLive, and I love doing that. But yeah, we're on Galaxy 3. You can access Freenode on IRC directly through the Tor network. We actually have a full-on tutorial just for that. We have our own, we're going to get to that in our own instance of NVIDIA, our own access to the Internet Archives. And then sort of down here is not only is DEFCON, for example, itself, has a v3 onion for its web portal. And the thing about this is that this episode, what's probably going to take up most of the time is how slow Tor loads. So yeah, if you've probably seen the DEFCON website, this is the full website, but it's just on a .onion. And you can also get DEFCON groups on there, which is our main organization, the media segment, all of that on there. And like I said, eventually, probably on Monday, we're going to have the full version. This is DEFCON groups, the main group that we're a subset from, when you can find your own groups on there. And a lot of them have virtualized, so that's pretty neat. But yeah, we will have, it's just like with DEFCON itself, the full website. So not only do we have that, but we also have certain links that you can only get to on Tor here. So for proof that we're on Tor, this is the only ClearNet one that we have in this section. Tor has a little function here where you can check connection. And congratulations, this browser is configured to use Tor, so you don't have to worry about that. And don't worry, I keep saying the word Tor. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, I very much promise you I will explain that in a bit. Well, just want to see if there's options. So next. Oh, I forgot. I'll figure that out in a minute. So, there's very unique things. And the unique thing I'm going to do here, which I'm going to explain right now, is we're using the Tor browser. And it's called the Tor browser because it is one of the main utilities that's done. Thank you, B-Snipe1 for following us on Twitch TV out there. Thank you so much for that. I hope to see you at our future meeting October 16th. I also think Commander might be broadcasting for Hackall Commander on the 14th, so that will be neat. You're elite hacker now. Eventually. I mean, I very much I have like a super abnormal level of what do you call that? I almost said Down syndrome. Close. Imposter syndrome. So I'd like to say that I try and that I probably know more than the average person, but that really doesn't mean much anymore. So anyhow, this is the Tor. This is mainly the Tor Foundation. This is their own onion for that. I'm actually going to post that link in chat because a lot of people don't know, and honestly, for some reason, Tor does not advertise themselves that. Well, you will know. You will. I don't know if you'll be able to fuck something, but you will know something by the end of this episode. I guarantee it. But a lot of people don't know, and Tor does a really bad job promoting or sharing the fact that they actually have a onion URL. So I just posted that in chat. And the Tor Foundation is responsible for creating Tor. And we're going to click over to, remember how I brought up there's that Invidus and said, met like one British rich broke who wanted to be a little girl who was leet. Yeah, that sounds like 8chan right there. So I don't blame you. But we're going to go to Invidus. Invidus is kind of interesting because it is a mirror of, and this is actually our Invidus page. Where you can find previous episodes. I'm also going to share that in chat here. Vidus, I will warn, and this is a common thing with onion URLs, is that a lot of times the onion sites will go offline for no reason and then come back on. So be wary that if a link doesn't work, you might want to wait a week or two and then check it again. And if not, you might be able to find an alternative URL, especially on their ClearNet site. But that's the URL that directly goes to our Invidus. And in fact, because again, it's a mirror of our YouTube, I'm not going to load it here, or we're going to break the fundamental laws of the universe, which is pretty impressive considering I think 2020 did that already. But you can actually, it's not coming up here for some reason. I think I might have to reload the page, but you can actually, if I know correctly, you can watch our live stream through NVIDIA. So you can actually watch this stream right now through Tor. So if you click on that, and if you click on it, make sure you actually go through, yep, here it is, .onion. I could actually click on this, although it would break the entire internet, and you can actually watch this stream entirely through Tor, which means you at least have some good base anonymity. So I keep saying Tor, what is that? Well, let's go to the NVIDIA instance of the Tor's YouTube, and we're going to let them explain in their own words what Tor is and how it works with these people who are very much obviously high for no reason. So I guess that's a plus. That's a pog. A pog? I thought that was, you said that was a dog for a moment, but a pog. I'll take your word for that. But I just think they're high. Anyhow, whether your pogs are high, let's hear what Tor themselves has to say from these very high alternative e-girl people.
We've gotten very used to the internet. We're constantly sharing information about ourselves and our private lives. Food we eat, people we meet, places we go, and the stuff we read. Let me explain it better. Right at this moment, if someone attempts to look you up, they will see your real identity, precise location, operating system, all the sites you have visited, the browser you used to surf the web, and so much more information about you and your life, which you probably didn't mean to share with unknown strangers who could easily use this data to exploit you. But not if you're using Tor. Tor browser protects our privacy and identity on the internet. Tor secures your connection with 3 layers of encryption and passes it through 3 voluntarily operated servers around the world, which enables us to communicate anonymously over the internet. Tor also protects our data against corporate or government-targeted and mass surveillance. Perhaps you live in a repressive country which tries to control and surveil the internet. Or perhaps you don't want big corporations taking advantage of your personal information. Tor makes all of its users to look the same, which confuses the observer and makes you anonymous. So the more people use the Tor network, the stronger it gets, as it's easier to hide in a crowd of people who look exactly the same. You can bypass the censorship without being worried about the censor knowing what you do on the internet. The ads won't follow you everywhere for months, starting when you first clicked on a product. By using Tor, the sites you visit won't even know who you are and from what part of the world you're visiting them, unless you log in and tell them so. By downloading and using Tor, you can also protect the people who need anonymity, like activists, journalists, and bloggers. So download and use Tor, or run a relay.
So that was the Tor Foundation explanation of Tor, and I will address BSnipe1 why I particularly played this video is because I have no idea if who's gonna be watching this right now is a super like hacker expert or privacy concierge or just a techie, or who's here because while they might know some things about certain technology, they don't know about other things. Like I know, for example, a lot of hackers, for example, who know a lot of things about network security, but actually don't know a lot about encryption or like deep encryption. I know hackers who know how to program, but don't know how to solder. I know people who, know how to do stenography and fuzzing methods, but don't know how to pick locks. I know people who know how to pick locks, but don't know how to turn on their computer. So I wanted to choose the most basic of basic video to kind of explain how it is. Also, by a lot of times, which we do on Crypto Barons, a lot of times we see and we also laugh at a lot of, not so much in this case, although those people they chose for that preview image look really high. But I digress. And yes, thank you for seeing how I'm presenting this. But, and right now, this is kind of blinding me right now, so I'm going to refresh this page. But what I'm going to let's see, how can I explain this correctly? A lot of times we watch a lot of like organizations like their own intro videos that you've made, because I find that that's an important thing with recon is like you go to a website and you look at how they market themselves, because how they market themselves is usually A, how they see themselves, and B, how they want the public to view them. And a lot of times what we've done here on Crypto Barons is watch how organizations advertise themselves and then realize that it's either good or they're lying or things like that. In this case, what makes, I think, Tor so unique, and particularly the Tor browser, and the Tor browser is a big reason of it, of why Tor itself is so successful as a darknet, is because it's not just, a lot of people are like, well, it was the first. It wasn't technically the first. It's probably one of the biggest and was one of the first on the scene. Yes, exactly, B-Snipe. It does give a perspective into a company's culture. But the reason why Tor is so successful is that they were one of the first that now a lot of darknets and organizations are emulating, that tried to make sure that, like, no offensive terms, a monkey could use it, or like a baby. Like, the idea is that you barely know how to turn on your computer, you will know how to run Tor. And the first major thing that they did was that they took Firefox and mutated it. And not only they didn't just simply do, which was the very early versions, and actually I can tell you a bit of the history on this. This project, if I remember correctly, originally started off as, I'm trying to remember the name of his, but the Cultivated Cow, which is a computer hacking group, actually worked on this. Like, the Tor network has existed for a while, and basically it was sort of a concept that I believe was done by the Navy on, like, how you could basically attach on through the normal internet a type of new routing system that would have a way better security than just like buying specific machines and softwares for just the encryption of it. Yes, it is Firefox. In fact, we're actually going to run through that in a second on how Firefox it is. And yes, Firefox still goes on. I will say it's been horribly beaten down because, you know, Google wants to be the almighty god, so they keep shoving their, if I remember correctly, it's called their Gecko engine or whatever, into everything. But Mozilla still runs their own engine, and they're still, you know, obviously they're not perfect for privacy. I mean, their default search engine is Google, but they're so modifiable, and a lot of their other projects focus a lot on privacy and security that it's basically one of the few options besides ungoogled Chrome that you're going to have. And that's a whole other discussion. Bring that up on Hat Alt and Commander, and we can actually bring that up because we're a EFA member, Electronic Frontier Alliance, which is a subsection of the EFF. You can go to EFF.org or EFF.org/fight to know more details about that sort of thing. And we do like to, which is one of the reasons why I'm doing this. You came here for the cryptocurrency, but haha, I'm teaching you how to be more private on the internet through Tor. And that's how I get you. So you came here for crypto, you learned something else new. But I digress. Let's get into more about what Tor is. So, Cultivated Cow did work on this, because I'm trying to remember what it was called, because it had like 3 versions, and I think the first version, oh man, okay, so unfortunately Wikipedia is my friend, because I normally know this off the top of my head, but I legit cannot remember what this thing's called. So, here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to do it on here, because I'm really lazy. I'm doing it right on my phone like the millennial asshat that I am. Although I'm not young either. That's a whole other thing. So I'm going to go here. Trying to figure out tools. Yes. Ah, here it is. So originally they made this. They made a modification of Firefox called TorPark, and TorPark basically was default Firefox, but just had all of its network proxy settings configured to work on the Tor network, or to use onion routing, which we're going to get into in a moment. Then later on it formalized and became the Zero Bank browser, sometimes abbreviated to the XB browser, and that was more of like a generic outside commercial product. And then they went F it. It's like a MMO. That was originally like XB browser, you had to pay for it, and then they just went like World of Warcraft, F it, instead of having a subscription fee, we're just going to make it free to play, and bam, Tor Foundation. So it's like a Pokemon evolution. It went from starter TorPark, and then evolved into XB to Zero Bank browser, and then did its final evolution after being paired with the Privacy Stone to the Tor browser. And that's what the Tor Foundation runs, among other projects that deal with the Tor network. And in fact, I can show it to you, because first of all, this over here, this menu might look familiar to you. I don't know if everyone can see it. Yeah, it doesn't show up, but it does very much look like Firefox. But we are going to bring up a page here because I'm going to go into options. And it's going to bring up the about preferences that you normally see in Firefox. And bam, here it is. This is, as you can see, this is very, very Firefox. And a lot of this stuff is pre-configured, or you don't really have much choice in it because it's automatically going to default to privacy in such a level that they don't want to let you unclick certain base privacy stuff. One thing that's kind of odd about them, which I've already modified on here, is, and by the way, you always, if you are privacy conscious, even in Tor, you always want to add the separate search toolbar, so that way you can choose different search engines and that way have them completely different, sanitized from each other. But what's really odd is that the good thing is that there, if you notice, well, there is a Google option, but it's never checked. It does, however, check ClearNet DuckDuckGo at duckduckgo.com as its search. So when you download Tor browser, here's why I tell about Tor browser. Download it because even though we're going to get into the daemon, to me it's a lot better even in Linux than just running the daemon separately, because that's where we get to immediate to advanced. Uber elite hacker stuff that drives me crazy. But when you go in, go to the search engine section and change it to the DuckDuckGo onion. Let's actually see here. Yeah, so normally it's just under DuckDuckGo, change it to DuckDuckGo onion, because while the DuckDuckGo is going to still route it through Tor, the DuckDuckGo onion is a .onion instance of DuckDuckGo, which makes things a little bit more secure. There's also, if we go back to our landing page here, I'm going to close out of this window, scroll back here. There is also, and hopefully it's still running, a type of platform called Search, spelled S-E-A-R-X, that if you go to like searx.info, I think, and stuff like that works. And basically it's a defederalized search engine, meaning that not only does it do the same privacy stuff that DuckDuckGo has, but basically no one actually runs search. It's just everyone runs their own public instance of search. So, if, for example, if search.info goes down, search.ch is still up. And it works at the same I'll check that out later. Thank you, Beast Knight. But basically it's defederalized. So basically it's really hard to take down the entire search engine. And because of that, that means there are also, yes, DPS search engine. I'll check that out later. But thank you for sharing that link, Beast Knight, in chat. And again, if you really like what I'm teaching here, and we're going to get into like more computing stuff in a moment, you can click that bell, hit like, share, subscribe on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. If you're on YouTube, we are going to rate a stream at the end. If you're on DLive, I will share out lemons. Stay tuned to the end of this. I don't know when the end is going to be, just like in real life, but I can't believe we've already done an hour on this. So I promise you that the next hour is going to be all like coding stuff. So give me a moment. But if provided this loads and this hasn't gone down yet, there are also .onion instance of searches. So we're loading this v2 onion right now. Yep, there it goes. It just popped up. That's what search looks like. So it's a basically think of DuckDuckGo but federated, because there's one major problem with DuckDuckGo that's not their fault. It's just, again, how suck-ass this country is, which is the United States, which is that DuckDuckGo is a United States country, which means not only is it part of the Five Eyes, it is in the middle of the goddamn Five Eyes. The Five Eyes is a sort of spying network that a bunch of first world countries, I can't remember all of them, but I know the first three are the United States, the UK, and Australia, and there's two others. They're basically all of like the white privilege countries, if you want to put it that way. All share information on each other and actively spy on everyone's internet usage, no matter what device it is. So if you're in America, you are in the ballsack of the Five Eyes. So basically, if the FBI or the IRS or the NSA or whatever wants to raid DuckDuckGo, outside of shutting down the entire network, DuckDuckGo can't do anything about it because they're in the United States. There are other search engines such as StartPage that are located in France that have a little bit better stuff. But what makes search awesome is not only can you find a unique URL, such as a one ending in another country that's more neutral, like a .ch, which if I remember correctly, that's in Sweden, or a .onion, which means not only is it odd and hard to find, but it's also routed through the Tor network. But it's federated, meaning these are just people running stuff on their servers. And in fact, if we go to the About page, I believe it's in the About page, and we can look up, let's see here, there should be a link to, I think it's on their GitHub page, I think. Oh, public instances, it's down here. And and this I think this is a ClearNet URL. So, okay, since we moved to search dot space. Oh, cool. Wait a minute. They also have an Onion version of that. Neat. Okay, and it's a V3. V2s are very short. V3s are very longer and have more encryption on them and different routing techniques. Basically, if you want to know this, as someone said this, Onion URLs are like the Polish language. It's the best description I've ever heard. Onion URLs sound like spoken Wi-Fi passwords. So that's how they are. So there's actually a .onion of this. Cool. We might have to share this on our landing page. But yeah, so as you can see, there's so many different websites hosting of this, and I will get off of search. By the way, again, it's federated, so no one's paying me to advertise search. All the stuff you see on here, no one's advertising me to, whether I talk about good about it, or especially if I talk bad about it. These are all just my opinions. I always keep it real on this program. So there's a search.ru, a search.leux.fl, which I think is like in Finland, search.h.cn, and then I believe down here, I think there's one valid IPv6, but somewhere around here, there should be Tor ones, or at least they used to list the Tor ones. Hang on here. Here we go. They made their own section. So yeah, they have a bunch of Tor ones here, and obviously some of them go online and go offline. Maybe this one works. I don't know. We're gonna find out in a moment. But yeah, so that's something you can do. So and there's a country. But yeah, let's go back to our landing page here. So like I said, when you go into the options section, switch your default browser to DuckDuckGo's Onion as opposed to plain DuckDuckGo. You will thank me later. Another quick thing about Tor browser, and then we're going to move on with like how Tor exactly works, and then we're going to go right into the cryptocurrency stuff. Because again, I'm catching you on this. Let's go to the add-on section. Now, I don't put as many Firefox add-ons as I normally do, except for this awesome extension where I put in this awesome Tor theme that I found. But because a lot of the base privacy stuff Tor automatically does. Like if I remember correctly, Tor automatically blocks WebRTC and other things like that. But I've had it extensions where it counts. And by the way, you can get these extensions at privacytools.org. And I'm actually going to go back and chat and not only put in the URL for Privacy Tools. This is like an invaluable website here. You will thank me later for this. If you ever want to get more privacy or max privacy, just follow a lot of the guys on privacytools.org. They're an independent group. They constantly edit and refresh what they think is more private. Sometimes I disagree with certain minor things, but they're extremely good. So they're like my go-to source, especially for people who are like, I have no idea about computer privacy. Bam, this website. And even if you're an expert, they'll bring stuff up like, there's sometimes things where I'm like, is there a software for this? And I click on it, I'm like, wow, there's a software for this, and it's really advanced. I didn't even notice, and it's just great. So privacytools.io. There should be a V in there. Hold on a second. Privacy tools. I can't type today. Jack's eating all the food and I'm hungry. But yeah, that's the ClearNet one, and then Privacy Tools Onion. And here is their super uber elite secret scroll hacker private club V3 Onion. I just posted both those in chat. But yeah, I get most of my extension recommendations from privacytools.io. They also have their own Onion, and I believe if you go to privacytools.io, yep, they list their Onion right at the bottom of the page, and we have that link to our landing. You go to the web browser section, and see they recommend Tor browser both for your desktop and on your phone. And here's a note: if you're stuck with iOS, first of all, my condolences. But second of all, while there's not an official Tor browser, there is a third-party I think it's open source Onion browser that basically does the same thing. So you have good stuff there. And how to modify things. But if you scroll down, it will recommend different, and I'm going to add that in soon. Extensions, including an odd extension that I don't have on here, but I have on my Firefox browser called Snowflake. Snowflake, again, we're special Snowflake, so if people keep calling you one here, you might as well just add one. So basically, it allows you to, just by running this in your browser, to basically run your own node on the network without configuring everything. It just sits there and it runs it, and it doesn't link to your browser, so they can't trace it to you. It just runs that as a proxy, like a weird phantom proxy on the Tor network, so that there's more stuff. So even people with normal browsers can contribute to the Tor network. I will warn that for some freaking reason, and they're working on getting rid of this, it only works with WebRTC on. So if you have like uBlock or whatever that takes away WebRTC, or you've disabled it, you'd have to re-enable it in order for it to work. Although I still recommend having Snowflake even if WebRTC is turned off, because if you have it and it's on, that means there's an error and it's not off. So it's a great way to determine if your WebRTC is running or not, and like if a fridge, you better go catch it. But I did add some extensions here, so I got rid of the e-tags. I put decentralized on here. For some reason I have 2 instances of these. I think that's a glitch. HTTPS everywhere, and normally, which I currently have turned off, but I usually put encrypt all sites on here, but just because I want to have a good day on the show, I did that. No script is installed by default. I added in Privacy Badger, which me and Privacy Tools disagree with it, but I think I also put in clear URLs, which gets rid of all my URL data, even if I say in Tor to not do it, it makes sure of that. But 2 really invaluable ones on Tor, dead serious, is Terms of Service Didn't Read. I recommend this for all browsers. It is a extension that you can add that basically if you go to any sort of website portal or social media or whatever where they need you to sign up, or you have to like give an email and a password for, it will source its terms of services, and users rate those terms of services. So it'll give it a letter grade, and then it'll let you know things that are good about the terms of services, things that it's not, and things that it's unsure of in a nice, clean form. So, and that's why it's called Terms of Service Didn't Read. It basically takes all that blah jargon that they try to confuse you with and annoy you with just so you can click yes, and breaks it down so you can read it, and you know if green's good, red's bad. If it's full of red, that means uh-oh. But the big one that every Tor browser should have this extension. I'm shocked. It really should be on privacytools.io, and for some reason, it's not advertised a lot. But it is the Tor child abuse filter, because you are not going to see this on the show, thankfully. And by the way, you can find this right on the Firefox extensions website. But what this does is, if you have the Tor browser, you go and you add this. You go to the Firefox add-ons, you search for Tor child abuse filter, and you add it on here. And there's a cool website that is very popular on the Onions. We actually have it linked as its Onion instance on our page. You can also technically run it on I2P, called ama.fi. And it's a search engine for the dark web, essentially, just like the way Candle is, or what Fresh Onions used to be, because I haven't been able to find a new instance of that forever, so I just assume it's dead for now. But what this basically does is Ahama, the search engine itself, has an open source list of all of the .onions that have CP on them. I'm not going to say what CP is on here because I don't want to get blasted, but go look it up. The fact that it's called Tor Child Abuse Filter probably tells you a lot on here. And it constantly updates it, and you can also recommend people, if you find one, you can report that into them. And so basically what it does is, one of the reasons I always hear about not being on Tor is that everyone's afraid of finding CP. And the thing is, one, honestly, in my opinion, you really have to go looking for that stuff, in which that case, you should go to frickin' jail, because you're weird, and even worse, you are dangerous. You're weird in the wrong way, in a very terrible way. Kind of like, you know, the people who thought GNU Herd was a good idea. But, I digress. But what it does is, you know, so to me, you have to go looking for it in order to find it. But let's say you were on a website and they tried to troll you and it was like, hey, click this for free crypto, and you clicked on it and it brought you to some stuff. It will, if that website's already registered and it has a lot of them on there, that onion, it will know that and block it before you can even see it, and it will prevent you from going on there. So it, even though Tor usually is pretty good about search history, it just absolutely makes sure it never shows up on your machine. And that way you also know what websites are linking to it, etc., etc. So to me, if you have Tor browser, go to the add-on section and type in search Tor Child Abuse Filter, and add that is an invaluable extension to Tor. So let's get on. Let's explain. I said Tor too much. Let me just kind of briefly go through how Tor works. So I kind of don't know where they moved it now. I'm trying to find it. Here we go. So there's like a little, like padlock up here, and you're not going to see this because of the way OBS renders this stuff. But what it does is it shows a Tor circuit. And what you can actually do, and I'm not going to do it now because it's going to throw everything off. I might do it at the end. You can click on new circuit for the, actually I can do this here. You can click new circuit for this site. And when you do that, the page will reload. And now you are running on a completely different circuit. And what do I mean by circuit? Well, Tor runs on onion routing. That's why all the websites that are dedicated to Tor, I just want to check my phone's power, are known as .onions. And now I want to note about this. This is the quick and dirty version of this. I'm not going to go into super detail about this, or at least as far as I'm concerned. GI Jack normally has a talk about this. There's also many videos that break down, including on Tor's YouTube, explaining how all this stuff works. We also have it as our own video thing. I recommend to search Tor. You know, I already found out how magnets work. How the heck does Tor work? Just type in Tor houses works in YouTube or in Vidius or whatever, or FreeTube, and find out yourself. Or bother GI Jack. I believe his I'm going to dox him on Twitter, is GI_fucking with like an EN, I believe, _Jack. He's probably going to type it in the chat anyhow. And you can bug him about how Tor works there. But this is just the quick, dirty version, so that way you can understand the rest of the stuff I'm going to talk about. And you notice with all these tabs open, we have a lot. So, we're once again meet our two favorite people on here. For all of you, and I like to, instead of saying ladies and gentlemen, I refer to you guys, all you people, as blocks and hashes out there. Our two favorite people on Crypto Barons, who one of these days I will track down, even though they're very private, and interview them in person, and that's Alice and Bob. I don't know if they're in a relationship. I don't know if they're sisters. I don't know if they live in Alabama and they're both in a relationship and are sisters. I have no idea. But here's how this works. So Alice wants to connect to a website on Bob's server. Maybe Alice is looking up like Crypto Barons is a cool show .mil or something, and that's on Bob's server, and she wants to see it. Normally on ClearNet, you would type that in, and you know, because everything was based on Nextcube, and you type in the URL, which is actually an IP address, which is a series of numbers, which is kind of like your license plate or like where your address is, like in physical space, but on the internet. And it goes through a bunch of routing processes, and it goes blip, and it searches, and then Bob. So it's just one step. A VPN will usually put another step in there that usually defaults to one hop. So if Alice has a VPN on, let's use my favorite when I actually have to use a VPN. Let's use Proton VPN. Alice would go to Proton VPN. She set Proton VPN to Japan, so it sends her thing over to Japan, and then it connects Bob's server. What that means is that Bob tries to trace back. They think that Alice is in Japan. They don't see that Alice is really in, like, Connecticut, which she's been wanting to move out of, but she's stuck there because, you know, economy sucks. But they think she's in Japan, not in Connecticut, where she actually is. There's a lot of ways to de-anonymatize that, and that's why a lot of people think that Tor is overall, by default, better than VPN, but just note it's only one simple hop directly through the ClearNet. The way onion routing works is that there is a whole cluster of computers that are all running Tor nodes, so these are routing nodes, and it's this crazy decentralized mesh network, and it's entirely blind. Imagine a group of people with, yes, Chinese whispers, thank you, and thank you, Holiverskele. I hope I pronounced your name correct. Holiverskele. I'm half Polish. I should know how to pronounce these, but thank you for following us on Twitch as our co-founder goes by, and maybe he'll actually feed me like a good boy. I'm so hungry right now. And thank you for following us on here. I think Hackall and Commander will be on Wednesday, and our meeting's on October 16th. Thank you for enjoying this content. I hope you're learning from stuff. If anyone has any questions about what I'm talking about or wants to add something, please let me know in chat. Otherwise, keep lurking and keep learning. And don't worry, D-Livers. I promise. This is going to actually probably go by really fast outside of the actual terminal commands, and we will get to the lemon drops. Lemon drop. That's also a type of drink. I should actually be drinking a lemon drop on the show. Maybe next episode. I don't know. But let's go back to this. So again, there's a bunch of computers, and they're all running Tor nodes, and all the Tor nodes are blindfolds. They're blind. They're deaf, dumb, and blind. They are basically White House clerks. That's what they all are. And so basically, when it gets a packet of data in, such as Alice's request to a website, it unless it's the first node, it doesn't know where it came from. It just gets this packet, and it knows it came from the last thing, and then it doesn't know where it came from the last thing. It just knows that it just has it, if it's not the first node, and then it will send it to the other node, and then the other node's also deaf, dumb, and blind, aka another White House employee, and so they, or someone on Brexpart, so they get the new thing, and they didn't know it came from that other person, but they're going to send it off to the other, and that's the top of hot potato. And usually you can add more hops, but by default it does 3. So in this case, when Alice wants to get to Crypto Barons' awesome .onion, or actually it would be more like .onion, as the URLs kind of go. First it's going to go to its first node. Now that first node knows where Alice is, but it kind of doesn't know where the next in the network is, so it just passes it off. And then it randomly goes to this computer, which it could have been the one above it, could have been the one below it, the side, whatever, but it goes to that one. It has no idea that it came from that first node, but it knows it's going to send it to the next node. So it goes to that next node, and it has no idea that it came from the previous 2 nodes or Alice, but it knows where Bob is, so it sends it over and it's to Bob. So when you search back, you only get to that first node. You should not know the other nodes on the network. Even if you got to the second node, it wouldn't, or the 4th or 8th or whatever, it wouldn't know it's coming to it unless you got to that first node. So everything's a fight to that first node. B-Snipe just wrote, I remember being surprised about 8kun having a Polish board, or Polish board maybe, which is the largest one. There's so many polls, like, in like this era. There's actually a lot of, I think 8chan, 4chan definitely, but I think 4chan and 8chan have their own instances on Onions, and there's also chans that are unique through Tor, but we're not going to go there, because if you think 8chan and 4chan is bad, oh boy. Anyhow, so there's that. Now, there are such things, for example, as poison Tor nodes. There's also people figuring out where that first node is and demonetizing. There's also things where people will send some data through the Tor network, but not in others. And there's also the constant debate about that, since originally this came from a Navy project, if there's government backdoors in Tor in the first place, and this is all for naught. However, I will say that if you are running Tor, even if you're going to .com clearnets, you are already doing better than a lot of other people. And in fact, because of the way Tor routes stuff, you very obviously don't look like a router. And another benefit compared to VPN is that it does it very passively in the background. It does it at a system level. Meaning, for example, if I turn my VPN on right now, it would kill this OBS stream. You wouldn't be able to see me. We actually did that once on Crypto Barons and it died. But if I do it on Tor, I can go through there and bypass certain things. We actually did that. If you go back to our third episode, we covered DLive itself. And there's a whole thing where in Europe, you could, at the time, you could pay in cryptocurrency, but you couldn't in the United States. Now you can, if I remember correctly. And we couldn't run the VPN, but we ran it through Tor, and we went through German nodes, and it thought we were from Germany and allowed us to do it, and our stream didn't crash. So overall, like I said, the way Tor basically works is whether you're going through the clearnet, but especially through a .onion, it usually does 3 hops. You can add more than 3, but the default is 3 between different Tor nodes. Each Tor node, except for the first node, doesn't know where the last piece of data came from, but it knows where it's sending to, and thus, because of that sort of game of hot potato, it's hard for your average friendly bear to trace back to where you are, so you're just more private by default. Nothing is a bulletproof vest. There is no hack-proof thing in existence ever. Tor's not hack-proof, VPNs aren't hack-proof and everything, but that's not to discourage you. I still highly recommend using Tor browser. If you can't use Tor browser, to use a VPN proxy or something, because any armament is better than no armaments, unless that armament is some snake oil, which we might be able to get to. So that's kind of like my layman's explanation of Tor here. So let's see, which topic are we going through here? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cleverly go on a break, because it's been nearly an hour. Now, don't worry, you will see my beautiful face again, but what we're going to do here is I have this video, because I racked my brain a lot trying to figure out how are we going to cover how stuff's used on the darknet without, like, going to the darknet and accidentally going onto a part of a darknet that is either questionably legal or definitely not legal, and then, like, you will see the FBI raid our apartment on stream. So what I figured out how to do is there's this awesome video done by Eskil Krishvlogs. It is pretty lengthy. I don't know if we're going to watch it all the way, but it's about half an hour long, so go get a sandwich or whatever. And if you're a man, by the way, make a sandwich for your lady if you have one. If not, make one for your computer, because most of them give them girl pronouns anyhow. If you're non-binary, just get a sandwich from Arby's. Anyhow, we're going to watch this video, and he's going to go through on his methodology, which I agree with most of it. And if you don't agree with me, let me know in chat. Otherwise, keep lurking and keep learning on how cryptocurrency is used on the darknet and how to do it safely. And he's going to go through some like normal-ish websites. This is also a video, so it's not me. I didn't tell you to go through here. I'm also not telling you to do any of this methodology. This is purely educational. I am just saying that if you wanted to use cryptocurrency on the darknet and how to be safe on it, this is how you would do it. So I believe that's what we are going to watch here. If not, I will hit the kill switch button. And I'm going to turn off the camera. I'm going to go and get some yum-yums. And then after most of this video plays, I'm going to come back and we're going to talk about cryptocurrency stuff. So if this is the correct video, because I believe it is, I hope you enjoy. I'm going to refill my water. If you like what you see here, don't worry, the show's not ending. I'm just going to go on a break while you watch this edutainment video. Please hit that bell, like, share, subscribe on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. We see the pop-ups for that, and I cheer you on. Even when you're watching the video, if I see it, I will stop the video audio, shout you out, and keep going. On Twitch, stay tuned, because we're going to raid another channel. We're probably going to raid the ShellCon Awesome After Party. On DLive, we are definitely get some lemons, so just stick to it. Anyhow, let's learn about how cryptocurrency is used on the darknet and methods that people use to keep themselves safe. And then after that, we're going to go right into some terminal commands, code. We're going to actually look at a completely different computer because I can't run this in a VM. It's going to be crazy. So without further ado, enjoy while I go and try to get at least part of my sanity back. So see you in a bit.
Subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon, so you never miss any video from my channel.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final video in the Ultimate Deep Web Guide. In this video, we are going through the process of purchasing a product from the deep web. This video is a culmination of everything we've gone through in this course. We've broken it off into sections, learning it, but it's now time to bring it all together so you can see the entire process. To start out, we'll be on our Windows desktop and then of course move to our Tails environment when we need to. So before we dive into the Windows desktop, I wanted to cover one important issue, and that's the issue of security.
Hey, hold on.
Security is
Everyone
very
on here,
important
I'm
when
actually
purchasing
just going
stuff
to
from dark
double
markets,
check to make sure
especially
this is
if
the
they're
right video.
illegal or
Otherwise,
illicit in
just
your
keep
country.
enjoying this.
So you want to be sure you're doing a few
these 15
things.
minutes,
At this
not half
point,
an hour.
you should already be using a non-personal computer. If you are not, if you just want to trial run the process like I am on the Windows desktop, you can do that. But if you're actually going to purchase, you want to make sure you're using a computer that you don't use all the time. You'll also want to be sure you're using the Tails operating system through USB. That is the recommended way. SD card and DVD work, but the recommended way is USB. And then you should be using open public Wi-Fi. Now, you don't necessarily need to use open Wi-Fi when initially buying your first Bitcoin and things like that and downloading Tails, but to actually transfer the Bitcoin and actually purchase the product, you want to make sure you're on an open public network. Good examples of those are coffee shops, maybe even libraries, things like that. So throughout the rest of this video, we'll show you the rest of these security steps. We'll want to make sure we're using our Tor bridge, so we will set that up. We want to be sure we're purchasing our Bitcoin anonymously, and we'll show you that process. We'll go through tumbling Bitcoin and how to transfer it to darknet markets. We'll verify our vendor, and then of course we'll purchase our product and use PGP encryption to send the information. We'll go all the way to the final step of hitting submit and actually purchasing. I'm obviously not going to be purchasing in this video. That's because using the Tails operating system on Windows is the best way to record, but definitely not the best way to purchase, so I don't want to mess around with anything like that. So we'll go ahead and jump into the video. We'll hop back to our Windows desktop to get started. Back on our Firefox browser, we've opened up the Coinbase website to actually purchase our initial Bitcoin. Now, I'm going to use Coinbase for this video, however, for actually purchasing anonymously, you want to be sure you're using local Bitcoins like we talked about before. This is the best way to do it anonymously, but I wanted to show the process on Coinbase. Coinbase isn't horrible, but definitely not recommended. This is the best way to get secure private Bitcoin. But this way it leaves a lot more name identity, because to this account I have my bank account linked and also my government ID, so it's a lot more vulnerable in that sense. But if you're wanting it anonymous, be sure you're using local Bitcoin. So if you're on the Coinbase application, which is in my opinion one of the best web-based Bitcoin wallets you can use, you want to just go ahead and go to the buy and sell option, and we'll go Bitcoin, and then we'll choose our method of payment. Those are blurred out for security reasons, and then of course we'll choose how much we want. For the amount of Bitcoin I want, we're going to do whatever is around, that's USD, not Bitcoin. We're going to do whatever is around, I believe $50. We're just going to stick to that. So $50 USD is about 0.021 Bitcoin. So you can buy it instantly. We'll go a little less, we'll go 30. Why not? Bitcoin's a bit expensive right now. I'm not looking to buy it. It's at 23, pretty high, but we'll go ahead and buy this 31 just to keep it small. They'll ask us if we want to confirm. We should get it instantly to our wallet, which is awesome. So we'll go ahead and confirm the buy, and then we'll go to our dashboard, and then it'll say it's buy. It's going to take a minute for it to actually come through to our wallet, but we'll go ahead and go to our accounts page to take a look at our wallets. You can see my wallet right here. We'll click on that, and then you will see that it came through, and our Bitcoin should be in our wallet. Now what we'll want to do after this is actually set up our wallet on this side of the machine. So we don't want to be using it on the web wallet, and you definitely never want to take it straight from the Coinbase wallet to something else like Tumblr or anything like that. We'll want one step in between, or actually two steps in between. So we'll go to Electrum on this computer and actually pull up our main Electrum wallet. And our Electrum has finally pulled up. Took a minute to actually get it all up and running. You can see some basic transaction history here, nothing crazy. And some of you might be worried, hey, why is he showing this? Wouldn't people be able to find out info about him or what he purchased from this? Maybe you could, but again, all of this info is publicly available to everyone, so it's not like showing this does me any more damage than it already being out there. So we have our Electrum up. Now we'll want to send Coinbase money to our Electrum, so we'll go to the Send and Request tab, and then we'll need to get our receiving address for this one. So go under Receive. You can just copy that whole address, or you can just hit this and it'll copy it too. Put that in here, and then you specify your amount. So in this case, we'll do 0.012, and then we'll actually do 27, because there will be a small network fee accrued for this. So we'll do our Bitcoin wallet. There's a little bit in our Ethereum wallet, but we'll stick to the Bitcoin wallet. That went away. 7. Okay. Optional message if we want. I don't have a message, so we'll go ahead and do this. And it actually did give an error, and you'll see because of this network fee, it just is a tad too high above our wallet amount. So we'll actually just lower this, maybe go 2.5, 1.19. How about that? That is close, almost just a little over 1.175. There we go. That's a little less than our balance. I'm looking at the total here, because that network fee, that transaction fee, and this network fee again this is how miners make money. So this is how the people who help verify these transactions actually make money, by give a little fee to them. So we'll send the funds. Now that everything looks good, it'll ask you to confirm. It will ask you to confirm, so of course we'll confirm that, and it will give us confirmation that the send is complete. Now we can go ahead and go back to our Electrum wallet, and you can see it already has it in there, just $11, and it's just waiting to confirm it. So we'll just wait for that to actually confirm the rest of our Bitcoin, and then we'll continue from there. So once we send the Bitcoin, it will go to our balance on our Electrum wallet, and we are ready for the next step. So for the next step, we'll want to get our Tails operating system booted. So I'm going to go ahead and pause the video until that is all ready. And again, you should be doing this step on a non-personal computer with your Tails off of a USB, but this is just a trial run on the Windows desktop, so we'll go ahead and boot our Tails and take a look at that. So once you have Tails up, the first thing you're going to want to do is actually go to the More Options button. And then you can add anything else you want, but we just want to make sure we have the setting for creating a Tor bridge on. So go ahead and hit log in. And that way, once it actually comes up, we can configure our Tor bridge accordingly. So we will let the desktop load. Once it comes up with the desktop successfully, you'll want to, of course, configure your Tor bridge. So we will go ahead and configure that. Now, before you actually got on Tails, hopefully you got your Tor bridge information down. For me, I'm just going to be using the Tor bridges over here. I have them on a Firefox browser, obviously pulled up. So I'll just go ahead and put those in. But does it censor connections? You say yes, and then you will add your Tor relay, which I'll go ahead and paste. Your Tor bridge relay, I'll go ahead and paste that in. So assuming we did everything correctly, we'll hit next. We don't need a proxy, so we'll hit connect. And then it should begin to connect to the Tor network. So now we've gone through the basic steps. We've got our Bitcoin, we've transferred it to a wallet that's not a web-based wallet, it's our own wallet. And now we have the Tails operating system, and it'll be loading Tor with a bridge, and an obfuscated bridge as well to keep it more secure. So once Tor is up and running, the next step is to actually tumble our Bitcoins. We've talked a little bit about this already in the Bitcoin section, the process of tumbling and why it's important. So we'll go through that, and then after the tumbling, we'll actually transfer to the marketplace and then go through the process of buying. So on Tails, once you have everything ready, you want to start by going to your applications, and then under Internet, and you should see Electrum Bitcoin Wallet right at the top there. Now you'll want to create a different Electrum account. You don't want to actually use the seed from the one on the Windows desktop we were using earlier. You don't want to use the same one because that would be an issue. So we'll go ahead and just do this. And it does warn you that, this is not in persistent mode, which means all our Electrum data will be lost, including our wallet. So we're going to run it anyways, of course, for this example, because the coin's going to go into it and then out of it. So it's basically a one-off wallet. We don't really care about it that much. So if you recall, the process of tumbling is fairly simple. You purchase the coin from Coinbase, you transfer it to a secondary wallet like that Electrum on the Windows operating system. Then you transfer it to a third wallet, and this would be Electrum on the Tails operating system. And then after that, you would transfer it to your Tumbler and then the marketplace. So we'll go with the standard wallet. We'll create a new seed. Take a second. That is our seed, so we'll definitely want to note that. It of course will ask us to confirm our seed, so we'll go ahead and do that. We'll just type it back in from before. And it's good to go. We'll hit next. And it will ask us to put in a password, so we will create a password and be sure you're using a good technique for your password. Remember, mixed number, letters, and special characters. Let me reconfirm that one. And it will generate our addresses. And we have our wallet. So once it pulls up, we would actually at this point go to our other wallet, which is right here, and we will send this Bitcoin, and we'll pay to, we obviously need to get our receiving address for this one. It hasn't fully connected yet. We'll wait until it does that. And at this point, once you have your wallet up on Tails, you would then want to transfer the coin from the wallet we had over on the Windows desktop. We'd want to transfer that over. Of course, in this situation, there is an issue with Electrum in the VirtualBox environment. It actually has issues connecting. So what we'll do, we'll just go straight from this account and actually to the Tumbler. Although the best practice would be actually transferring it from your other Tails, from your other Electrum account to this one and then going to the Tumbler. We're going to skip that step just because this has connection issues when in a VirtualBox environment, which we're still running. So we'll skip that for now. We'll assume that step was already created and this is actually that wallet. After you get that coin to your wallet on Tails, tails, you would then want to begin the process of tumbling the coin. To actually tumble the coin, we'll want to open up the Tor browser. So you'll want to go to Applications, and then the Tor browser right there. The next step in the whole purchasing process is actually tumbling our Bitcoin, so that's what we're going to do now. We're going to first navigate to the Bitcoin tumbler, we're going to send our coin to it, and then of course send our Bitcoin to the marketplace wallet that we have. So we'll let the Tor browser load up, and we will come back when that is done. Once Tor is loaded, we will go ahead and navigate to deepwebacademy.com/links to grab our link for the Grams browser, which will also lead us to the Helix Tumbler because they're connected, owned by the same group of people. So we'll load up this links page really quickly. And then once it is loaded, we'll go to the popular Onion sites option. And we will go ahead and just hit this first one here, which is the Grams Market search engine. And this will pull up in a different page. We can close that other page. We don't need anything from there. And I'll actually make this full screen for now. We'll let this load up. And then from the Grams homepage, you can go up to the top here and just go to the Helix option. And this is the actual Helix Tumbler. So we will let that load as well. And then once it is up, you can read through the basics of what we need to do, or what it is, I guess you could say. So we'll go ahead and just scroll down a little bit and see which Helix we're looking for. So the Helix regular, you do need an account. The return time is 10 minutes to 24 hours, but you can have multiple addresses. So that's a pretty useful option. The auto is about the same, but not multiple addresses. The light works pretty fast. It's faster, but you don't need multiple addresses either, and then the market as well. We'll go with the light in this situation, just because we don't want to go through making an account and all that. So we'll hit on that option, we'll let it load, and then we have this option here. So it'll say Helix made simple, enter the Bitcoin address the clean coins will be sent to. So this address is going to be our actual marketplace address. Now, if you don't know your marketplace wallet address, you can get that by going to the marketplace. So we'll go to our Alpha Bay market really quickly here. We'll actually have to grab that link again, because I do not know these links off the top of my head. So we will hit that link. It'll open up in another tab for us. Close that other one. And it should bring us to the sign up page, or a login page. Perfect. So we can go ahead and log in. So I'll go ahead and do that. We'll see if we can get the caption the first time here. For some reason, I can never quite get these. All right, there we go. Let's see if it logs us in. And it looks like that worked. It got us in. So from here, we'll want to actually go to our account. And once under the profile, we'll go ahead and scroll down to the left-hand side and hit balance. And that will actually give us our wallet address. Now, in some cases, a marketplace might not offer a wallet with your marketplace login. This Alpha Bay does offer a wallet with it. Some do not, in which case, if they do not, you would just basically tumble the coins and then you can send them to a different wallet. And you could kind of skip the Tails wallet. You can go straight from a Windows wallet to tumbling to a Tails wallet, and that would be it. So we'll hit that balance option. It's loading up that page. There we go. And then this is our Bitcoin address we'll want to use to deposit funds. So we will go here and we will copy that address. So of course, once we have that address, we will paste it over here and we will hit let's go, and it'll take us to the next step in the process. So what we will need to do now is send payment to this address right here. So what we'll do is we will copy that address. Now there are some notes you need to be sure of before you actually send the payment. Be sure under here you're reading these little disclaimers to avoid losing your Bitcoins. Don't send it more than one transaction, just send it once. Make sure you're sending 0.02 or more, and don't send more than 43 Bitcoins. So once you're sure of all those things, you can go ahead and go back to your Electrum wallet over here, and we'll just hit send Bitcoin. The pay to address will of course be that, oh, that's the bridge information, didn't copy it here. We'll go back up. So we'll just paste that information there, and then the amount you want to select, I've already hit it before, but we'll just hit max. And then if you want to increase the fee or decrease it, you can, but we'll just keep it at the normal amount for the fee. So that should be about it. Once you think it's all done and you can verify the address and be sure it is right, but it looks good, so we will go ahead and hit send. Now I'll need to put in my password for Electrum really quickly, so we'll do that, and it will sign it, and it should send it off. And it shouldn't take too long for Helix to actually recognize the transaction is coming through, so we'll take a look at that once it starts happening. So after just about 10-15 minutes, it looks like it's finally complete. So once it is complete, you can of course go back to your Alphabay and check your balance to ensure it went up. In this case, it did. This is a different account than I was logged in before. The other one had 0. This one had a little bit more than 0. So you can see it now reflects the current balance. So that's pretty much the entire process when it comes to tumbling your coins. So now that we got that out of the way, it's time to actually go and purchase something. So let's go over to our Alphabay. We'll just navigate back to the home screen, and we'll start looking for some products we might be interested in. You know, and you could do different ones for what you want. I'll just be looking around. We'll say we'll go to drugs and chemicals, the most popular one. Obviously, you can see the amount in that category compared to any others. So we'll just do a little trial run with something like that. And let's say we go to psychedelics, pretty popular ones, and definitely widely illegal. So just so you know, of course, this is all pretty much illegal. Oh, and actually our balance did just update, so it wasn't quite updated before. Now it is updated. I have about 0.05 bitcoins. So there we go. We can look through here if you see anything you like. We'll stick to, let's say we stick to shrooms, all natural from the ground. And again, be aware that in some countries, viewing anything like this is illegal, so it's best to be safe. But we'll go down. We'll pick this one here. So this guy's name is Trip with Science, is the actual username. So let's say I've been browsing around and this looks like something I want to actually purchase. So the process from here would be pretty simple. So once we get this page pulled up, we're going to want to do a little research on the guy and make sure we're not just purchasing something from someone we don't trust. So usually it means that they're a pretty reputable vendor with Alphabay if they come up pretty high in the search results, but it's never bad to double check. So we'll let this page load and then we'll take a look at their information. So now that we see his page loaded up, you can see some basic information about the seller. Obviously you can see the vendor level and trust level. Those are pretty important, but the most important is actually the feedback. You know, this stuff isn't faked, it's actual reviews from actual people who use the site, so it's a pretty good indicator of what you can expect from the seller. Now a lot of the times it's of course always usually good stuff, you know, A+ shipping, fast shipping, great product, things like that don't actually give you quality information about, you know, the receiving process or how the seller actually deals with transactions. So we might find some of those in there, and that's really what we're looking for. We're not looking for the ones that just say it's great, we're looking for the ones that actually kind of give a breakdown of what they experience. So we'll take a look at that again once it loads, and obviously the loading takes forever because we have this Tails in VirtualBox and Tor in VirtualBox, and this computer's not that fast anyway. So hopefully it loads up here in a second, and we'll be back when it does. So our review page just loaded up here. So go ahead and scroll down, and you can see some reviews, pretty basic information, how fast they got it, how good the shipping was, a little more in depth. So order shipped, 4 extras on top of 5, pretty great. So you can read through these just to be sure, but another thing we showed you earlier how to use is that actual info desk. So we'll take a look at Trip with Science on the info desk. We'll go over to the Helix pages. You'll have a link right there on the info desk. We'll load the info desk up and we'll actually take a look at this vendor and see if we can find any extra information information that we might be missing. So we will go down here and search by username. We'll just search his name real quick. Spelled that wrong. And we will search, and it should pull up some information about the vendor. And you can see here the results. It goes across a few markets, so we got Agora, Alphabet, Evolution. They might all be the same guy, but sometimes they could have the same name on different marketplaces. But we will go ahead and go to the Alphabet one because that's the one we are using. And once it loads, you can see how many reviews this user has gotten, and then of course the star rating. So this would be a very good vendor to do business with. It looks like they're very rated well, and they have some good information, and of course you can read all the reviews on them as well. And this pulls from different marketplaces, so not just Alphabet. So you can read through these just to be sure it's something you want to do. But if it is, and you think you're ready to move on, what we'll do is we'll pick our quantity. So in this case, it's $20 for a vial, I guess. So we can hit it if we want to purchase it. Now you can purchase it with the XMR, the Ethereum, or the Bitcoin option. Obviously, we want to do Bitcoin because that's what we have. So we'll hit buy now, and then it'll go through the buying process. It'll take us to our purchasing page, so you can read through all of this if you would like. Obviously, there is a shipping attached to it. Any notes we want here. And as for the notes, I would definitely want to encrypt it. So this is where you'd actually put your address. So we'll take a look at the vendor's PGP really quick. We'll get his key. So it should be over here. There it is. So we'll actually copy this entire thing. Now, once we have this vendor's key copied, we'll definitely want to import it so we can encrypt a message to him. So we'll start by opening the text editor. Close out of this for a second while we work on the desktop. In the text editor, you'll want to paste what you just copied. That's the actual PGP key block. You can see that here. Add the 2 dashes I didn't copy at the beginning there. We'll go ahead and hit save. It'll ask how we want to save it. We'll just name it TWS for Trip with Science, and then key so we can know what it is. Go to the desktop, save it there. Once it is saved, we can close out of this. Go back to our clipboard up here for our PGP applet. Go to Manage Keys. Then we'll go to File and Import. To actually get the key imported, we'll select this right here. We'll say Open. And you can see even his email says TWS, so we did something right. We'll go ahead and say Import. And it should begin importing the key. Now we'll go down here to our GNU PG keys, and it should be at the bottom if added correctly. And the name there is Trip, so that does look like it imported successfully. So now what you will want to do is actually get your address, because in the notes, if we go back to our Tor browser, you can see over here on the purchasing page there are notes, the quantity, and then actually what you want. Now you could just hit this, say encrypt the note using the seller's PGP. You could put in your address, hit confirm, and it'll encrypt it for you. Or if you want to be sure it doesn't mess up at any point, you can go to text editor, and this is where you would put in your address, because in the notes you do need to put where you want this shipped. You could say 123 Main Street, and then city, state, zip code if it applies, and obviously at the top there you'll also want to add name. And that's pretty much it. So what you would do is just copy that, hit the clipboard. You could say sign and encrypt clipboard with public keys. It'll ask which key you want to encrypt it with. We'll obviously want to do it for this vendor. You could sign the message as well if you would like. We'll just go ahead and hit OK. And it will give you a warning saying it's not fully trusted. That's okay. we can just hit yes to actually do it. And then now if we paste under here, we should have our message now encrypted with his key. So you can take this whole entire message, which is already copied, go over here, and then of course you can add it right into the note. I would definitely read the information here. Sometimes they might have certain things you need to do or put in the notes that you might not know. And of course, number 5, there it is highly recommended that you PGP encrypt your shipping address yourself. And that's what we did. So at this point, if everything was good and everything was true, you would hit confirm purchase and it would send your coin to his wallet and begin the purchasing process. And generally, that is the entire process for purchasing things on the dark web. Obviously, we're not going to purchase that because it's a totally fake address and we don't want to waste our Bitcoin on that. So we can close these out and close that out and kind of wrap up this video. So hopefully you have a better understanding of the entire process. It won't be the exact same for every marketplace. Handsome Marketplace is a very popular one, but it's a tad different like that. Instead of having a wallet on your marketplace, you have your own personal wallet, and then once you purchase something, it'll say send your Bitcoin to this address. It'll tell you the exact amount to send, and you have a certain amount of time to send it, and once you do, it'll verify the transaction and everything like that. It's a pretty fluid process and pretty straightforward. I would of course browse around to different vendors and different things, but you need to note that most of these things are illegal or illicit, and you will be prosecuted for such. I can't be responsible for you doing anything illegal. This is just to show you how the process is done, because online anonymity and privacy.
And that was a very comprehensive description of how you would, if you wanted to pay for someone or a cool thing such as, let's just put something innocent out there, like a cool coffee mug or a piece of furniture or a Trump baby balloon on like a dark web like Tor. How you'd go about it? Hold on, wait a minute. I think there's something missing here. I'm trying to figure it out. Okay, there it is. Now you can see me all here. So hi, welcome back. I might disappear in like a couple of minutes again very quickly because I am cooking something. But that was that video. I'm gonna quickly go over what it said, and then we're gonna move on and do a lot of stuff that's gonna drive me absolutely nuts. But thank you for paying attention on the show. This is Crypto Barons. I am Sidepocket. I am the one that wears the literal blockchain. I'm also one of the 2 co-founders of DEFCON 201. You can tell I've been eating now because I sound a lot better. DEFCON 201 is a computer hacker hobbyist group that's based out of Jersey City, New Jersey. We usually meet every 3rd Friday of the month, and that will be October 16th this month. But because, there's a deadly virus out there, there's an awful, terrible disease that is eating away at our entire lives here that goes all the way from the source, and it's really contagious, and it originates from super spreaders by stupid people, and the other terrible disaster is COVID-19. We've been broadcasting all of our meetings and doing cool shows like this. So if you like what you see as we typed in, you can click that bell, like, share, subscribe, or follow us on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. On Twitch at the end, we are going to raid a cool channel. On DLive, we will hand out lemons, I promise you, because this is going to be the coding part. This is going to go by pretty fast. There's going to be one tiny short video near the end, but it's really tiny, especially compared to this. It's just like a certain president. And yeah, if you do follow us on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube, we see that fellow on there. We've been shouting out people, and we always love shouting out those people. And pretty soon there'll be cool rewards that will come with that, so stay tuned. So anyhow, this is Crypto Barons, hence why I'm wearing the literal blockchain, where we look at, for those of you all you just may have tuned in, we look at cryptocurrencies and blockchain technologies as technologies, unlike the way a lot of snake oil people try to promote cryptocurrencies with all their marketing fluff. And we'll be getting a little bit into that too, but, well, when we get there, we'll get there. So the video you just watched, we watched entirely through the Tor browser, kind of sums up how you would go about the market stuff. Now, you probably noticed they were using a slightly outdated version of Tor browser in that video, or maybe a different theming skin, I don't know, but all the methodology still stands, as you could tell. An interesting thing, which is a debate, is that they actually used a public exchange in order to share their stuff. because, and I understand the thought process, the idea is that if you would have directly sent those if you directly had sent those exchange of cryptocurrency directly through your wallet, they might be able to trace back and then try to hack your wallet. So by using a website public exchange, that allowed them to only put a certain amount of cryptocurrency. So even if they break into that exchange, they can only get whatever crypto they put on that, and not the entire wallet's worth in their actual software and hardware wallet. Another thing that we will get into in a future episode is cryptocurrency mixers. A common one are Bitcoin mixers, because Bitcoin is, despite it being worth $11 billion, it's like the currency that everyone pretty much uses. That's not fiat currency. How would you even hack someone's wallet? I hate to always be like, we're going to do a future episode, but I've promised that soon, at worst in December, we're going to be doing an entire episode that's entirely about actual hacks and scams. And I am going to go into detail on that. But let's put it this way, is that not only are not all blockchains are created equal, but not all wallets are coded well. And keyword is wallets, because sometimes people use unofficial wallets. Sometimes even the official wallet has flaws in them. And so, it might be different things, from exploiting actual bugs in the code to maybe it only does its encryption at a certain part on the network and doesn't use the encryption all the way on it. Might be a faulty of the hash. It might be someone gaming the entire network. All sorts of things like that. So I know that we're supposed to... Why is my nose going crazy? I know we're supposed to be a hacking show, and I'm going to do this while I do some unsanitary things to my schnoz. I know we're supposed to be a hacking show, and so probably a lot of people are sitting out there being like, when the heck is Sidepocket going to talk about like hacking wallets and like cryptocurrency? We are going to get there. It's just, I have a whole thing about teaching where, in general, even though it's kind of loose knit for crypto barons, where you have to learn how to crawl before you know how to walk, and you need to learn how to walk before you know how to run. So that's why, for example, in the start of this episode, I aired explain it like I'm 5 Tor, and the very basic idea how Tor routing works, because as you saw with that video, that just dumped a bunch of exposition. It's like the new Star Wars films. And so if you didn't have that background and you didn't know any of that stuff was, you would have been so confused. Yeah, so that's mainly like for altcoins, right? Not necessarily. There has been major hacks to Bitcoin and Litecoin and some of the super major currencies, especially back in the day. But and again, I'll get those when I get to those episodes. So while altcoins, I would say, are more susceptible to them, especially the common use term shitcoins, any wallet, just like anything on the internet, any computer, any piece of hardware or software, can be hacked. And it's literally just because either it's so confusingly difficult right now that no one wants to try, there's no incentive to try, or, which is part of the no incentive to try, maybe there's such low value in cracking it that no one has tried. A good example is Apple products, where back in the day, because I remember this from the 90s, that should tell you how old I am. I can't believe the 90s is considered old now. Anyhow, where, why is my nose going crazy? Where, they used to say, which is that, Macs never got malware. Like, Apple products don't get malware. And the reason why they didn't get any malware wasn't because Macs were amazingly, unhackable. They're based off of a Unix type system. The reason why Macs didn't really get malware was because Macs at the time barely made up 4% of the market. So there wasn't a big demand for any products from Apple. Even their main Macintosh products was barely a pittance compared to Windows and other computing systems. Then later on, Apple made the iPhone, which had iOS, and because at least half of all smartphones are iPhones, guess which products started getting malware and viruses? Exactly. Now they have an incentive. There's a ton of people out there. Those people have money. You can break into them. And so a lot of coins are like that. In fact, that's why even though, Bitcoin has probably seen less hacks than most altcoins out there, if someone actually truly found a 0-day in Bitcoin, that's the holy grail. So there are people that chip away at those. And also, why go after the entire chain when you can also target individual wallets, just like the same way you would target a bank account? But again, there's going to be a whole episode about that. So to rewind a bit, another thing which we'll get into when we do the episode about chewing this ice, we're going to be doing an entire episode about decentralization in cryptocurrency, and we're going to be looking at decentralized exchanges. I highly recommend using a decentralized exchange if you are going to be using cryptocurrencies on the dark web, whether, especially, even if you're doing wholesome stuff like buying brooms and stuff like that, use a decentralized one. And we're going to talk about mixing, which he brought up, coin mixing. You probably remember even last episode when we talked about Zcoin, of the concept that you can burn a coin, meaning it erases all of its transaction history, so it's like it was just freshly minted, and thus it doesn't have that baggage. Mixers do a similar thing to whatever cryptocurrency it mixes. So a Bitcoin mixer will take your Bitcoins and basically erase its entire previous transaction history. So when that person receives those Bitcoins, they have no idea where previously those Bitcoins came from, and that way it's very less easier to trace, not only to you but to other people. So a decentralized exchange, so like Coinbase, real quick, and certain other website services like Binance and stuff like that are centralized. They're like a bank, which is ironic, and this is something that people in cryptocurrency argue about, because, you know, cryptocurrency is supposed to be, it uses cryptography, and, you know, we want to be untraceable, and there's a lot of terrible U.S. libertarians out there who are like, yeah, we want to burn down the banks, taxation's theft, blah, 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 and all that garbage. And what happens is that the irony is that most cryptocurrency is exchanged through centralized exchanges, meaning Coinbase is honestly no different than Bank of America. So all that awesome, oh yeah, this is screw the government, like this is my ticket to freedom, still goes through basically a centralized regulated banking system. And we're actually going to get into a bit of that because there's an issue with Monero that specifically deals with that. So decentralized exchange is instead peer-to-peer. It usually also has some encryption where you are talking directly to another person with a wallet, and then you exchange there. So the exchange basically blindly sets you up on a date, and then you do the exchange from there, as opposed to sending it over to a company and a server that will then deal with that for you. Now, that doesn't mean centralized exchanges are useless, because as you showed in the video, by centralized exchanges have their own wallet code. So, for example, when you wanted to pay, let's say, I don't know, like 10 Satoshis to the person, whoever, after he sent them through the mixer, not to be confused with Streaming Mixer, which I still kind of miss despite it becoming from Microsoft. Every time Microsoft has a good product, it dies early. I don't know how this happens. First Zune, then Mixer. But what that means is that after he sends it through the mixer and it's all cleaned up, he only sent the 10 Satoshis to that wallet, meaning if that perpetrator was evil, or that company or that website or what have you, and wanted to hack that wallet, they would, even if they broke into it, they would only find the 10 Satoshis in there. They wouldn't find like the 20 Bitcoin he has in his wallet. And that's why he used a public tradable exchange. Some people talk to Charles says, I think Coinbase might report large transactions to the IRS. Not sure about that, but my brain's from somewhere. Oh, so it's like a real trade market. Yes, these are markets. Like I said, we do occasionally talk about like markets and stuff, but this is, everyone on YouTube is always like, DeFi, where do you finance? Why am I bullish on this? It sucks because there's an actual YouTube that I follow that says the same things, but they're really good and they don't BS people, but you know what I mean. I will say, so Coinbase, I'm not sure if the IRS audits them, but I do know for a fact, and then we're going to move on from here, that Coinbase, again, is a centralized exchange. In fact, I'm going to repeat this at Monero, and I'm going to bring this up now. If I remember correctly, you cannot find Monero on Coinbase. In fact, it's actually not very difficult, but it's difficult. It's annoying to try to find Monero on a centralized exchange. Most people use Monero decentralized, not even because of the privacy there. It's not like, oh yeah, I'm using Bisq and stuff because I'm super private, so I also use this and I'm elite hacker. This fuck DeFi and crypto financing. That's not even the problem. It's screw all the snake oil salesmen. A lot of them are U.S. libertarians that get into this, which is what this show tries to dismantle by talking about as a technology. And I will tell you when someone's BSing you. We did that with the BS stuff that comes from Tron. We're going to get to another cryptocurrency that kind of does that in a moment. But the reason why they use decentralized exchanges from Monero is because centralized ones are becoming less and less and less. And there used to be centralized exchanges that used to have Monero that got rid of Monero because basically Monero has so many privacy features that, yes, Monero has been hacked. There's been people have been monetized, but it's really, really difficult. It's also less processor intensive, so it's really easy to do web-based stuff through Monero. So because it's ease of use, but really it's harder to crack for the average bear, just did that accent out of nowhere, that basically they're like, we can't trust this. Like, imagine Bank of America is like, hi, we just made a new variant of the US $100, the US $120, and like you literally visibly can't see it. It has like predator vision on it, and like it doesn't pick up any chemical traces, and also it like it's like freaking Nightcrawler from the X-Men, where all the person says, sure, you got $5, and that bill you can't see, smell, or touch will just go poof from your wallet and show up in the other person's wallet, and you never see the exchange. Do you think Bank of America would want to carry that? No, they won't. Never mind the IRS. They need to know themselves. Are people going to be like, sending this over for CP, like what we were trying to avoid on tour? Are they, doing crazy stuff with it? Is Donald Trump financing his campaign with it? Is Joe Jordan like wiping their butt with it? I don't know. Is Hillary Clinton like grinding up and snorting it? Nobody knows. So the fact that you can't trace it, like there's some security. Like again, with fiat money, I could give someone $5, and unless there was cameras or a witness, no one would know. But when it goes through a banking system, they can see it, it's visibly there, and they can track where that goes. Whether or not there's a government authority or whatever, whether it's corporate reasons or government reasons, it doesn't matter. And so no bank would ever agree to that. It's the same thing where CoinGraph is looking at Monero, which again, it's super hard to figure out between stealth addresses, which we covered all this last episode, stealth addresses and its encryption system of where the hell this goes. Coinbase is not going to carry Monero. Like, that's not going to happen. It's not even just Monero. Like, any coin that's like that, it's not going to carry, because basically, here's the word, they need the accountability. Even if there wasn't, like, the IRS looking over them or another country's finance auditing service, they would want that for their own reasons. So I mined some Monero on AutoMine saying a few days ago, yeah, it's we actually covered in the last episode. That's why we're only going to go over a very specific part of Monero, like, right at the end, because outside of this computer here, that's the one I think is going to crash the most. As it involves a notoriously difficult darknet to work with. What was I getting to? That we covered all of that on the last episode. That makes it hard to trace, so that becomes a difficult thing, and that's why most people on Monero use decentralized exchanges. I won't say it has nothing to do with that. Decentralized is also another security measure, because most people who use Monero are very privacy conscious. But the issue is that even if they wanted to go to Coinbase or Binance and stuff and exchange, they're not allowed in, because basically the coin is too good as a privacy coin. That's what happens there. That's why, for example, there's lower privacy coins, lower like Dash, where it has stealth addresses but doesn't have everything else, so you can trace Dash. It's just the general public doesn't know what it is, but the exchange knows what it is and can de-anonymize that, so it's allowed to go through, and that's how that works. Anyhow, I'm gonna switch over to the next topic, so you can see a little bit of a preview here. If you like this if you like what I'm saying here, as well as there's gonna be other shows like Hackle and Commander should probably come back on Wednesday. If you don't know what that is, that's a show. And Commander, he just recently moved to Jersey City. He's amazing. He usually does a lot of retro computing stuff, but he's just a crazy, super good hacker, and he just takes apart so many things. Even if it fails, it's fun. He also moans a lot. Not like that way, but like cries. It's great. And then, of course, on the 16th is our DEFCON 201 meeting, which will have a lot of stuff. We're going to announce that all, I think, Monday morning. And Master of Unlocking, my show where I teach lockpicking and lock sports, will be this Sunday. So if you like that, you can hit that bell, like, share, subscribe on Twitch, D Live, or YouTube. If you do that, I pop up, cheer you on. If you have any questions, just let me know in chat. I love talking to chat. Otherwise, keep lurking and keep learning. I'm going to show you a preview of this, and I'm not gonna put on a video. We're not gonna transition and go to music and stuff. I just need to remove this thing out of the oven before it burns, because hackers are people too, and hackers need to eat, and I cook, and I'm actually like cooking. So give me one moment, and we're going to cover this topic in a second. I'll be right back so the apartment doesn't burn down. Here we go. The glove is in the living room this entire time. And I'm back. Yeah, I made a giant chicken leg drum, you know, thick thighs for prying eyes. Can't wait to eat that thing, but I like you folks so much, and I'm so excited about cryptocurrency and blockchain tech that's why I'm going to waste at least an hour, if not another 2 hours, talking about this stuff. So, see some chat here. I think centralized exchanges may need to follow the know your customer laws, at least U.S. ones like Coinbase. There's that too. I think the big problem now with everything is, never mind COVID, like, that's my crazy hair here. What laws in the United States? I mean, I don't want to go into too much detail here, but technically the president, once again, I hate that I call him president, violated, I think it's what, the HEP arrangement, where you're not supposed to use a public government building for a spectacle, and he keeps doing that. And normally you get arrested during that, or at least detained or fined, but no one's going to do it because apparently we never thought of actually trying our own president for this. So again, what laws? We don't have any laws. This is a lawless land. We are a third world nation with first world money, and we're losing the first world money. Welcome to here. Let's move on to the topic. So, as you may have seen on a little preview here, and I'm going to try to add this in, Bitcoin itself, Bitcoin Core, and I'll put that link in the chat, actually has its own .onion. And so, now that we know about like networks and stuff, what can you do? Well, in addition to all the techniques we listed before about using cryptocurrency, and let's see, Bitcoin Core Onion. Yeah, because I just want to put it out. It's not that like we're not apolitical. Like hacking itself is political, but I just want to put out there that we're kind of going on the basis of never mind which side of the aisle you're on in the United States. Right now, we're literally living a hacker nightmare right now with police state stuff. So we're kind of mad about that. It doesn't matter who's in charge. If they did what's going on right now, we'd be also pissed off and be like, hack the planet. But yeah, Bitcoin Core has its own .onion. So you can actually not only access the website, and you can download their client and stuff directly through Tor, although downloading with Tor is kind of weird. Yep, and I actually have the news article here. I'm going to click on that and see if it loads. But yeah, you can actually, the bitcoincore.org is normally where you get the core original. That should solve it. Yep, there we go. That's the voice. See, the camera mic is also the mic that we use, so everything should be coming in now. Let me just see. Yep, there we go. Yep, we're on the reframe. Sorry about that. See, I'm not that. I love how I get more followers when I go through more watchers when I have a technical difficulty. You know, hey, welcome to Hacker Life. I'll drink to that. I'm gonna have to reload the water soon. So let's get back in the original topic I was talking about, shall we? There we go. So, as I said, that person was running stuff still through ClearNet. Now, again, Bitcoin in particular has an open ledger, meaning everyone can see your transaction. There's also the previous network, and there's still some talk about that maybe the Tor network doesn't have as much resilience anymore. Yep, troubleshooting streams. Maximilian dude never gets to go through this, and even Bella Delphine, people with money. We don't have any. That's why we do this stuff. Also, just speaking of that, while we're still working on ways for people who can donate fiat money, just want to put that out there. If you do have Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum, Zcash, Monero, I have a Koinomi wallet that has everything. Please let me know, and I can put the QR code up here or the address, and you can send me whatever you want. And we do use that to upgrade our equipment and stuff, and purchase cool things like some of the lockpicking things for our show. Just putting that out there. Otherwise, you can just watch, like, follow, and subscribe, and on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. For folks on DLive, again, we're going to be doing lemons near the end of the show. We're like halfway through the show, so we'll get there. On Twitch, we're going to rate a stream. And if you have any questions or you want to shout out something, you want to talk about my crazy hair, about me fixing the stream, the blockchain key, this weird freaking in-joke if you get programming and command line stuff, let me know in chat, because I love talking to you all in chat. Otherwise, keep lurking and keep learning. So, one of the things you can do is you can pipe certain clients will allow you to pipe the actual transactions and block generations directly through the Tor network or through a darknet. And Tor, you can actually do that in. Now, this is kind of, now this is this whole thing where you can run Bitcoin Core through a Tor proxy, you can run it through a hidden server, and automatically listen for that. I'm going to attempt to show you two methods right now, and I have to actually add them into the stream. So this is a little bit more of a troubleshooting behind the scenes. So we are going to add a media source, and we're going to call this, actually I'm going to kill this afterwards, so I'm just going to leave it as media source. And actually, crap, I'm an idiot. It's not media source. I don't want a media source. I want a Windows capture. That's what I want. So we're going to leave this as Windows capture. And I'm going to turn this into, where are you on here? Is this you? Nope, that's something for later. That's a kind of a preview. Do you even come up on here? Let's see. There's that one. I'm not doing that. Not pretzel. Is it this? No. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Don't tell me that this doesn't show up on here. Oh, that sucks. Okay, so I guess you know what? I can actually... Oh, no, wait a minute. No, I didn't run it. I'm dumb. I haven't run the program yet. So I'm going to attempt to run this and pray the stream doesn't crash, okay? You're going to hear like a bloom from my computer. Yes. Because this thing is still syncing. It is literally a sinking ship. So I'm going to attempt to add this now. So we're going to add the Windows capture again. Because after this, I'm going to close it, provided it doesn't crash everything. There we go. Bitcoin Core and its bloatedness, right? The heck here. Let's make that super big. So it's loaded. It's reading all the blocks right now and stuff like that. You can kind of see my cursor here, the size of Mike Pence's fly. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Okay. I have to. That is way bigger than I wanted to be. That's also what she said. Let's move this back here. Oh, there, buddy. Don't be too huge here. And I like the logo, so let's put you behind the... Oop, I put you too bad. Let's put you behind the logo. It just said... Oh, duh. Okay, that was dumb. Here we go. That's what I wanted. There we go. All right, I'm a genius now. All right, so as you can see, it's still syncing because this is what I was saying earlier. We're going to We're going to do an episode probably earlier next year. Literally, ironically enough, we haven't talked really much about Bitcoin yet, but we will talk about Bitcoin, and we'll talk about the origins of it, how it's made, the way it was done, and especially we're going to talk about all the endless arguments behind the scenes, which is why there's so many different forks, from Bitcoin Cash to Bitcoin Satoshi to Bitcoin Private, Bitcoin everything. 4 years behind. We're going to be here for a while. Yeah, it says 4 years and 3 weeks, although it should go a lot faster than that because it's trying to synchronize with the network. Now, I'm only showing you this because I want to show you the options here. So we're going to go up here to, I believe this is under Settings and Options. Yep. And then we're going to go to the Network section. So one of the ways you can pipe Bitcoin directly through Tor is, let me go over here at my notes just to make sure I'm not going completely nuts. Why are you being stupid? Where are you? Hold on a moment. My stuff's being stupid right now. She's lost her mind. Nope, that's not that option. I think it's over here. Come on, there we go. So yeah, one of the ways you can do all of this awesome, crazy stuff that, hang on, let me cancel out of this and move this over so I can see better. There we go. So again, we're going to go into Settings, Options, is you click on Network, and you can actually configure this to pipe this over Tor. Now again, it's not fully synced, but I just want to show how the options work. So let's see it. We're going to map port using UPnP here. I'm just going to allow incoming connections. I could always turn that off for added security, but I'm going to leave that on. But next is connect through a SOCKS proxy. So it actually comes default on here now, so I didn't really have to do much. So once I turn that on, anytime you configure anything through Tor, you're going to go at what's known as the IP default main page on everything, every darknet. This is the, it usually has this IP address and then slash some sort of numbers, but Tor is always 127.0.0-.1, and then you will always go through port 950 for pretty much everything here. Let's see, so use redirecting ITV6. It used to be I had to choose which SOCKS. Now you can just click Tor if it allows me to click Tor, because I'm not fully synced yet because I have to, let's see, client restart requires to activate changes. So yeah, but normally I click on Tor, and I could use separate SOCKS proxy if I want to do different peers, and I could change the proxy setting. But basically, once I put these numbers in, which is now by default, and click Tor, and you do that and you reload this, you'd be able to pipe it directly through Tor through the GUI client. So I'm going to cancel out of that and then say goodbye-bye to that program because it is annoying and takes up way too much system resources. So let's tune out of that. So the other way you can pump stuff through Tor, and see, I'm using Dogecoin. It has the same options with Tor default as well. Yes, a lot of cryptocurrencies can now, a lot of them have default settings to that, and especially Dogecoin, because Dogecoin, we're going to get into it a bit in a moment, because while it's not technically something that I wanted to cover to pump over the internet, there's a bit of history with Dogecoin, and we're going to get to a certain cryptocurrency where I'm going to talk about Dogecoin, where it came from, why it would have an option like that. So just give me a moment because I just want to get through this part. So another way you can pipe Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies directly through Tor here. Where's my, move this guy over here so he's not in the way. There we go. Another way you can pipe it through, and we're going to try this and cross our fingers that it doesn't crash, is by manipulating Bitcoin D. What is Bitcoin D? Let's see, I love to hear about that, but yeah, sure. So if you don't know the history about it, you're going to be, this is great. Thank you, B Snipes. I tried. And if you want, on particularly our YouTube, and I'll share our YouTube at the end of the episode. If you go to YouTube and type DEFCON 201, DEFCON 201, you'll find us there. We're also on Tor on this. I have to put it in its own playlist eventually, but we do have all the previous episodes of Crypto Baron. So if you want to see the last episode about privacy coins and some of the crazy, especially that first episode where I had to take a couple of breaks during it because some things didn't work, but I coded an entire blockchain through JavaScript, and I'm not proud of that because I hate JavaScript. And I then also showed another example of how an exchange, a GUI exchange, works with Python. you can go check that out. And again, if you like this content, you can click like, follow, like, share, subscribe, or hit that bell and turn on notifications on Twitch, D Live, or YouTube. If you do, I see the pop-ups for that, and I cheer you on. Thank you so much. And there'll be more cool content that's not just me, but also our co-founder, G.I. Jack, and Commander, and a bunch of other crazy shenanigans throughout the week, especially on October 16th, which was our meeting. But let's go back to Bitcoin D. Bitcoin D is a daemon program. A daemon is a type of program that runs in the background. So if you ever ran something in the background, like for example, there's Discord, the GUI that you see up front. Discord, if you don't know, is like a millennial gaming chat thing that now used for everything. And there's a lot of cryptocurrencies on Discord, and now a lot of hacking things on Discord too. But Angry Video Game Nerd 1000, because I know what AVGN is. Thank you for following us on YouTube. I highly appreciate that. By the way, interesting. Even though it's the same notifications, the red ones mean YouTube and the green ones mean Twitch. That's how I know which you're following from. So thank you for that follow. I hope you enjoy learning this content. Again, if you have any questions about anything I'm talking about, you can let me know right in chat. I see them on whether you're on Twitch Live or YouTube, our bot resends them all to me and I can respond. Otherwise, keep learning and keep lurking. So let's get to Bitcoin D and maybe watch this program fail. So Bitcoin D is a daemon program. Daemon program is anything. So like Discord, you have the GUI client, but in the background, there's also a Discord daemon. And that daemon not only makes sure you're connected to Discord servers, but you ever notice, particularly on like Linux, if you close Discord, you still get the notifications for Discord. That's the daemon running in the background. Hence why it's called a daemon. It runs in the background. And the Bitcoin D, and that should give you a hint because D, system D, anytime you see something with if you see anything with a D at the end, it's system D and someone's getting screwed in the ass. But still, it implements the Bitcoin protocol and it's controlled through the command line. So if you just wanted to do Bitcoin through command line, this is what you would use. It also would use the GUI client. Bitcoin D automatically launches in the background, and it's the main component of the node software that exists. There's GUI 1, the background application, and this is the background application. So it's, as I said here, it's a reference client, and it's created by the core Bitcoin developers, and it does the whole node stuff. So what we're going to attempt to do is I have a virtual box of Parrot, and we are going to attempt to modify Bitcoin D to run Tor. And I don't have high expectations of this, but we're going to try. So, and we're going to go to Parrot later, so I'm going to keep this one permanent. So we're going to do Windows Capture. I'm going to do Parrot. See, like any good pirate, I always have a parrot on hand to do my dirty work and to swear humorously in a high squeaky voice. Right, Jack? So I'm going to label this parrot, the party parrot here. And I'm going to go to the virtual box. And there's the parrot. And now it's complaining that I'm running out of memory. So this should be fun. I might have to reload this. If it doesn't work, at least I tried. I'm going to put that there. I'm going to bring the parrot off my shoulder and below the logo, but between the browser. There we go. So let's go to the VM. And I'm going to ignore that warning. And we're going to try all of this. Give me a moment. I have some notes on this. And oh boy, this is not going to be fun. So let's see here. Alright, so first of all, we're going to attempt to install this thing. And again, I might fail at the first command, but one of the reasons why we do these sort of shows is simply because it's like with Master of Unlocking. I like that people get to see when we fail, because often on computer hacking shows and tutorials, I mean, for obvious reasons, for time and stuff and professional, but when Linus Tech Tips, there's actually a video you can search up where you can see Linus from Tech Tips. Like, they compiled all the videos where stuff dropped out of his hands and it goes on for 7 minutes. That's usually edited out so that you look more professional and stuff. But we like to see when we fail, because that lets people know, hey, we're human about this. Also, when it succeeds, it's amazing. This is what hacking actually looks like. You fail multiple times before you succeed. Sometimes you don't solve things the first day. You solve it like a week or a month or a year later. I'm going to drink to that. And to let you guys know that we are not infallible gods, despite all of our propaganda, and that we, we're learning along with you folks out there, all of you blocks and hashes. So let's try this. So the first thing we're going to install, so I've already ignored the update, so let's see. We need to install the, okay, so we already hit a snag here. I might have to reload this VM. That's what I'm going to do right now. Probably the Bitcoin thing ate in the memory. So, let's see. Install the client. All right. We're going to attempt to do this. So, give me a moment. I am going to restart the VM. Let's see. I'm going to power off the machine here. It's going to disappear. Going to start it again. And again, if this doesn't work, we have a new thing later on that we're going to do that is going to require this. So cross your fingers. This is Parrot when it boots up. I'm going to go into live mode. It's so weird because I gave this thing like 1 billion gigabytes of memory and it's still running out of space. So we're going to find out here. And I think I have to, unless it's, yeah, it's on a delay. So I actually have to switch the origin on where it switched from here. So let's see. I'm trying to figure out which one. I'm just going to quickly switch to that. Then go back to there it is. Alright, so the OS is still loading. And then what we're going to do is we are going to log into the browser. And I forgot to do this. I forgot to actually install the client because I don't think Parrot comes with the client by default. And then we're going to try to do all these commands. If the client doesn't want to install because the file size and stuff is too big, then we're going to skip this and keep going on because I believe after this, I'm going to check. I believe after this, yeah, we're going to get a little bit about Tor scams, and then we're going to go right into the cryptocurrencies that primarily use Tor browser, to use the Tor network, and then we're going to cover another darknet that I'm absolutely dreading on trying out because even for the most experienced computer hackers and dark webbers and stuff like that, it's notorious for being a big pain in the butt. So the client is still loading. I don't know why it's taking this long. It might just be because I set this up before I was streaming, and now that I'm streaming, everything is running way slower. No idea. If anyone's in chat right now, if you have any questions or clarifications or something while this is loading, let me know. If this doesn't load in like the next minute or two, we're just going to continue right on. So up there it goes. Right when I say that, now it's like, oh, duh, we found the frickin' bootloader. Now we're going to load everything. Huh? What just happened? Wait a minute. Oh, okay. That was confusing. I was like, don't tell me I booted into terminal mode. Because I want the GUI client. Like, this is not terminal mode I want. But yeah, I love logging in on chat. I hope I hope all of you blocks and hashes are doing well tonight, despite, especially if you're in the United States with all of this craziness. See, the other problem is that I kind of really want to pee, but I thought I would take a pee break when I'm going to play a certain video later. I'll live. Yeah, this is running extra slow. I'm actually now wondering if I should run it through the already virtualized Linux command machine that I currently have. That would be interesting, especially since... Nah, because I think these instructions are mainly for Ubuntu Debian. On Ether. On Ethereum. So Ethereum, it's one of the major coins. Ethereum is kind of odd because while it still technically has like, here we go. While it still has like a what do you call it? Like a value. Like it still has like Ethereum and Ethereum Classic, which are kind of two cousins of each other. You could trade Ethereum. You can like pay people in Ethereum. Ethereum is more notorious for being a applications platform where you can use kind of like what we're using Tor right now, a blockchain in order to do this. So Ethereum's more known for its dApps or decentralized apps or dApps, I guess you call it. And just like dabbing, dApps are kind of Early next year, we're actually going to cover developing decentralized apps and the Ethereum blockchain with development and stuff like that. But that's going to be early 2021, like January through April. So I hate ways that I keep saying coming soon. So here's my thought. We technically already have the client installed. So I'm going to try these commands, and if it throws back errors, I'm just going to move on. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to sudo, we're going to amplitude this bastard, install Python software properties. Now, I think this is going to throw back an error, but we're going to find out. Alright, so let's remove this, and hopefully I typed everything out okay. Alright, so that's a sudo install Don't you love when you just get defeated around the first command? Alright, so how about this? Sudo let's see if that brings up anything. Okay, so that doesn't work. I'm just going to try ATP. Let's see. So that replaces common. So I'm just going to skip that command and see if we can continue on with that. So we're going to add sudo PPA Bitcoin. That's a name. Let's try. Let me just make sure I typed everything correctly. Oh, duh. I have to use dashes for this. I forgot about that. I always get nervous typing stuff on the... Really? On the command line. Because... I don't know. It's like when I'm on stream, the command line doesn't like me. When I'm off stream, it's like 50-50. Alright. Let's see here. Sudo... That's where I'm an idiot. Hang on. See, this is what happens. I get nervous and I can't type. Doesn't that also help that I have to p sudo add apt repository PPA Bitcoin. And of course it gets confused by that too. So let's see. I just want to make sure I had sudo add apt. Make sure I spelled everything correctly. REPOSITORI PPA. That should have worked. Why is this not doing the thing? The weird part is that I'm pretty sure this works, because that's what I'm also thinking too. Maybe this is like an Ubuntu thing. Alright. We've skipped 2 commands, so this is not really promising here, so I'm just going to actually do the install command. I'm going to try it their way, and I'm going to try it alternative, and if that doesn't work, we're going to move on. And actually, before that, I will show you the commands that you would normally do during this, so... Let's try this, actually. Forgot to put the -y. So it might already have had Bitcoin installed in it, because the thing is it does have the Ethereum wallet in it. So we're going to find out. It also might hit a memory wall. If that happens, I just reload it again later. Hopefully this doesn't kill the stream. This is the worst part too, because the thing about when I do terminal stuff, particularly on live stream, is that it downloads and loads so slow that like it feels like I have to fill in time, but then it also, like an error or something, moves so fast that like I can't just like go off and do something because something will happen. I'm actually debating about taking a very short 1-minute break after this, just because now I really need to pee. And I have to I2P, as they say. That's a hint for later. And then we will finish this up. So it's stuck on 95%. Huh. See, I'm worried that right as soon as I'm like, yeah, we're going to go over and switch to this thing, it's going to be done loading. So, it seems application launchers. Fair dude, you've been talking heaps. It's more of that I've probably been, you know, I dehydrate a lot, but I've been probably drinking too much water. So, do clear. And then we're going to, hopefully this works. We're going to make a new directory. And there should be a .bitcoin. Oh, sorry, I typed in the wrong. .bitcoin. Okay, so that's there. Now we're going to have to edit the configuration file. So we're going to go into the .bitcoin. And we're going to do one that's called Bitcoin comp for configuration. So now that we're in here, let's see. Oh, I see what's going on. This isn't good. Let's see. Just looking at my notes here for a second. Okay, so here's the different thing. We're actually going to go on the break, and I'm going to do something that's going to infuriate the crap out of me. So we're actually going to exit out of here. But we did do the proper setup. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go on a minute or so break. I'm going to attempt to install the client on this thing. If it runs out of memory, we'll just skip on because I just really want to show this off. Yeah, basically what we're doing is we're configuring the daemon so that it knows what Tor is. I just thought I would like to show it for everyone as like a uber elite command line thing, but life hates me right now and I really have to pee. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to download the client and then I'm going to do that. So we're going to be on a 1 to 2 minute break. I'm going to play some music. I will be right back. So, and I'll sound a lot better because I would have peed. So I hope you enjoy. So just give me a moment. We will be right back here on Crypto Barons learning about the blockchain. See you in a moment. Hello, everyone. So, I think the, oh, now it's going. Okay, so now it's going there. I'm going to try to run this in the background and hope nothing crashes, because basically what's going on is that because I did not think of to install the client beforehand, it is doing it now and is doing it super slow because Bitcoin takes forever and I'm also streaming at the same time. So I'm accepting semi-defeat with this right now. One of these days I'm going to do an episode of Crypto Barons, maybe at the end of the year, where we've had things not work before, and I've made things work off camera after that happened. And one of these days I'm going to do an episode, again, maybe at the end of the year, maybe at the beginning of the year, where part of the episode is me going through all the things that did not work and then making them work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to temporarily keep coming back to this once in a while. I'm going to hide this because I will need the terminal later for something else. So, but it is configuring right now as best as it can. And let's see, what's the third-party transaction URL mean? Which part of the URL is that in the what I'm auto configuring, because that might be something it's referencing on the auto configuring, or is that something you're noticing like in the browser, in the core? Third-party transaction, if I remember correctly, I think that allows it to work with other like Bitcoin wallets that aren't core. So like if it's running Bitcoin Electrum, which we're going to look at a little bit later, that's what that kind of basically means. So I'm going to run that and hope nothing dies. Let's see, in the core config in the GUI. Again, I believe that's so it works with other clients. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I believe that's what it's for. But in the meantime, I am going to turn off the party parrot, and we're going to get this show on the road because it is already almost 11, and I would like to end this at least by midnight. As you can see, I have new water. So, basically what I was trying to do, and thank you for that question. Sorry if I wasn't able to answer fully about what I was going to do here is you install the updates and you install the client. Once that client is, you add the directory, you open up the config file, you enter all these new config settings so you don't change everything else, and then you issue commands to start Bitcoin D, and it will run in the background, and basically now it will pipe everything through Tor. So whether you're using the terminal commands or the GUI client, the daemon that runs the actual node system for Bitcoin will now always pipe something through Tor. Of course, the easy way, as I showed earlier, was just to go through the options, set network, and now it's auto-config to Tor, but if it wasn't, you put in 127.0.0.1 and then set the port to 950, SOCKS 5, and you're good to go. So that is piping stuff, and you can pipe more things if it has options for through Tor than Bitcoin. But I just wanted to show both in a GUI way and a very terminal way how that works. I also want to point out here, as I do this, that again, Tor is also again not a full proof thing. And so here's a great article about Crypto Cubicle, which is a type of malware, and it uses Tor and torrent sites to steal your cryptocurrency. So someone was talking into before, I think it was you, B-Snipe1, about like how could you like broadly, technically, theoretically, how would you break into a cryptocurrency wallet? And I'm about to explain one of the ways the group did it in a moment, once I just issue this command in Parrot. Yep, there we go. This is going pretty fast. I might come back to this. So what Crypto Cubicle was doing was it was mining Monero and Ethereum cryptocurrencies using CPU and GPU, stealing funds by replacing legitimate wallet addresses with attacker-controlled ones with the help of the clipboard, because a lot of clients are reliant when you do the copy and pasting on either you manually copy and pasting or auto copy and pasting, so you use your clipboard system, and it steals and extracts cryptocurrency-related files. Alongside this, there was a RAT, or remote administration tool, was being run as a daemon to maintain access to the victim's machine in order to control it. Furthermore, both the Tor network and BitTorrent protocol is used for transmitting the data and communication. So they're using basically the same principles as ZeroNet, except they're using this for cybercrime. And they wrote here, this is yet another example of how legitimate services can be leveraged by attackers for their own nefarious motives. Now I'm going to see if I can make this image bigger of how basically the plan works. I think they said they only stole 18K of cryptocurrency, but so let's see here. So what happens apparently is there's a malicious torrent. It gets downloaded, set up, the pirated software installer, and there goes the malware installer. So this is probably Windows. And then that malware in the background stores a clipboard hijacker as well as the torrent client. This interfaces with BitTorrent, which downloads and seeds various malicious torrents, which includes different configurations for HTTP proxies, servers, an SFTP server, HTTPS server, and the GPU miner and the CPU miner. All of these interface, including the malware installer itself, with the Tor network. So again, because it goes through all those hops, even if you tried to trace this, it'd be hard to trace where it's actually installing all this stuff from. And then when it does the launcher, basically now it communicates also between the CNC servers and the mining servers. So that's how they were not only installing the miners on there, but if you were to open different cryptocurrency wallets, they would be able to also see via the HP, if I remember correctly, by the clipboard hijacker to look at your clipboard. And then when they saw something that looked like a wallet address, basically when you went to copy, let's say, a send address, it would see the send address and then would change that the send address to their send address. So you think you're sending the stuff to the person, but you're actually sending it to the person who's put malware on your machine without you even noticing. And again, what's so fascinating about this is that all of this, both the miners and the clipboard hijacker, all go through the Tor network, so that even when people tried to trace back on this, was a hard time finding it. They mentioned only 18K was found the attackers held with the wallet, which makes it not look so lucrative, but this is still a considerable and honestly genius attack. How the attackers spread the malware through torrents on ULOZ parenthesis, which, aka, don't download that. File sharing site found in Chechnya and Slovakia. Ah, yes, Eastern Europeans, the criminal empires for no reason. I said this is perhaps one of the reasons the majority of infections were found in both countries, respectively, at over 40% for the former and 46% the later. Let's see. This is an example of this is the popular torrent site, and see they're trying to download Dead Cells, which, if I remember correctly, I think is a video game. And then I think this is the methodology here. I just want to check back to see if, okay, so funny enough, now everything's kind of moving along here. So now there's this dreaded command that hopefully won't crash everything. That's odd. Give me one more moment and then I'm going to go back to this. So I already configured. Maybe I can just type in this. File was not found. Let's try this command and then I'll give up. I'm doing this through Parrot. That's why you can't see what I'm doing right now. For some reason it cannot find, it didn't, let's see, did it do a... Oh, there was an error. Alright, I know what to do now. So as annoying as this sounds, I have to actually... What one did it say? Go back. I think I've run into this kind of problem before. So as much as it's going to drive me insane, I'm going to do all of this. Alright. Alright, so that should have worked. For some reason it can't find it. That's very weird. Just want to make sure I did everything else right. I wonder if that's also a factor in this. That might be interesting. Give me one more moment and then I will deal with everyone here. We're gonna try the previous thing again. And then I'll see how it goes. But yeah, this is so... I just need to... Where's the zoom function on this? Let's make this bigger. It's going to be blurry, but let's see. December 2018, first known version. Mines Monero using XMRIG. Proxies communication through Tor. Collects information about host hardware, IPS, and OS. And then January 19th, it sent collected information to CCC and user agent. Uses BitTorrent to download updates and additional software to see malicious torrents. Adds capacity to create a reverse shell. Oh, Jesus. Then the new version that can execute arbitrary commands from the command line, adds command and control, adds components that searches files matched for illicit names, keys, and files related to cryptocurrency, installs Bitvise SSH server for remote access to those files. Then there's another version that installed cat pointer to mine Ethereum using the host GPUs. And then there was another version in May 2020 that re-enables the coin miner, adds generic capability to install and get configurations for software, installs Apache HTTPSD web server to use as a forward proxy, and then the current version that's been found in April 2020, which is version 58, adds clipboard hijacking, and then the coin miner was disabled, so I guess now they're just really focusing on the the coin miner is disabled, so they're just focusing on the hijacking. It installs a Brewer FFCS server for remote access. Now they're very much targeting remote access to files as well as being able to hijack your clipboard. So that's kind of the timeline of the threat analogy there. And I just want to show as an example of also using Tor with cryptocurrency to do unscrupulous, crazy things. So that's an example of a crazy hack. Apparently, it didn't get too far. They only got to steal X amount of money from here. But that is honestly pretty impressive stuff to hack. So while I'm kind of talking to everyone here, just want to let you know, thank you for watching Crypto Baron so far. We are 2/3 of the way through. We are going to be done probably between 11:30 to midnight. Sorry for everyone keeping everyone. Oh, geez, really? I'm sorry for keeping everyone up late so much, but I'm also kind of a night owl, semi pun intended, because I'm not my mentor, Night Owl, who teaches me lockpicking and is currently teaching lockpicking at ShellCon, which we're going to try to invade their after party. So if you do like this content, and if you want to also see like some of the future content stuff, you can go click that button and like, share, and subscribe on Twitch, D Live, and YouTube. See if this will work now. So it's still being weird about this one. Actually, doing the same commands from earlier. See, I get into this and then I'm just sort of like, I sort of get into like a rabbit hole mode that I snap my way out of. See if I can do this, because the weird part is that the reason I'm using Parrot is that normally I would have like a thing of Ubuntu on there, but for some reason Ubuntu just does not want to listen to my butt. It literally doesn't. It drives me absolutely freaking bonkers that it just does not want to load. It's slow as heck, does not want to install, and I have absolutely no idea why. Otherwise, we would be in Ubuntu right now, because it seems like these commands are to do Bitcoin, in order to do Bitcoin D or Bitcoin D. Yeah, and that didn't work. So yeah, I'm giving up on this right now. We're gonna come back to the command line stuff later, because we're gonna try something out in sort of a reverse way. But yeah, so if you do like this content, you can click that bell for all notifications, and hit like, follow, share, subscribe on Twitch, D Live, and YouTube. And about half an hour to an hour, if you're on D Live, I will redistribute those lemons, and if you're on Twitch, we are going to raid the stream. So now that we got all of what you can do by okay, so what we've covered so far, and let me know in chat if you can hear me or if you didn't understand something. Otherwise, keep lurking and keep learning. So what we covered so far is we talked about a bit what a darknet is. We sort of went over what Tor is to some extent. We talked about how you can take something like Bitcoin and pipe it through the Tor network, as well as learn how you can buy stuff on Tor, through the Tor browser on different .onion sites. How would that process go to make sure that when you do transactions, you remain mostly anonymous to your seller, especially because it's dark web. I mean, even the normal internet, you don't know who these people are. And we tried to do an uber hack way of piping it through the internet, but unfortunately that failed. And I'm probably going to include that on my episode of things we finally got working on Crypto Barons after the stream ended. But what we're going to do now, and especially if you're on here, B-Snipe, I'm going to get into what you were talking about with Dogecoin earlier. And we're going to get into cryptocurrencies that primarily use darknets or the Tor network itself by default, like it needs it, like you can't run it without it. It's not an option like you could do with Bitcoin or Zcash or some of the others in order to actually do its transactions in its blockchain. And we have a kind of a list here. And so the first one we're going to cover here is Verge. How many of you have heard of Verge out there? Let me know in chat. So Verge has a very interesting history because I'll put it this way. I don't hate Verge, but it's going to really sound like I have nothing positive to say about it. And it's not because I have an axe to pick with it. But again, I'm real with all of you on here. So I will let you know its full history. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. I'm not going to not talk about drama. I'm going to spill tea. I'm going to do all of that. Yeah, there's coins that primarily exist through the darknet. So, Dogecoin, you might recognize. Let's see if I can bring that up in a different article. So, Dogecoin, and note this is going to actually go through DuckDuckGo's Onion, so it's more it's a bit more secure than just going through its ClearNet version. That's why I set it by its default. So, Dogecoin, you probably remember this because it has the cute Doge meme. I believe, unfortunately, that dog is not on this earth anymore. R.I.P. Shibu Ina, who gave us this beautiful dog meme. But Dogecoin is a open source peer-to-peer digital currency. And it started off... Okay, so I'm going to tell you a more popular story to tell you about this cryptocurrency. It's the best analogy I could think of. So the My Little Pony remake. I know, how did we get to this hell, right? But this is true. Bear with me here. You're going to get in a moment. So when they said they were going to make a My Little Pony show, a lot of its fans came from 4chan and to some degree 8chan and all the other chans and DeviantArt. And initially, I'm not a brony, by the way. This is apparently the history of this thing. And there's a YouTuber named Jenny who covers this. If you type in on YouTube after this broadcast, The Last BronyCon and Autopsy, it's all of that. Yeah, so you probably know this B-Snipe. Originally, what do you call it? Yes, that... While there are fans of My Little Pony, I mean, I grew up in the era where I remember those big chunky pony things along with the giant G.I. Joe action figures that now don't even resemble any military thing because we're that sad as a country. That, you know, it's like, cringe. So now we make them into like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but humans. I digress. So that was like my era, and there used to be like a TV show and some coloring books and stuff. So Hasbro decided to reboot it, and they worked on like these professional animation teams and these big voice actors and everything. And initially the internet was like, oh my god, there's going to be a show about rainbows and ponies. This is going to be a giant, yes, G3 ponies, a giant dumpster fire. Yeah, G3, that's a Transformer reference, I get you. So a lot of the initial people, not all of them, but a lot of different people initially watched My Little Pony because they were set to make fun of it. Then they found out apparently that the show, because I've seen a couple episodes and I do agree. Again, I don't follow the show. I just know this. Don't ask me how I know this, but no, it's that. So what ended up happening was a lot of people started to watch it because they were ready to roast this thing. They were ready to put like YouTube videos making fun of this whole thing and how dumb it sounds and how bad it is and weird it is. They were looking for a what's that thing on Netflix that got canceled rightfully so. They're looking for a not Toddlers and Tiaras. That was its predecessor. They're looking for Cuties. They want to roast this thing, right? So it became a shock to most of the people when they realized, oh my god, this is an actually good show. So basically they started to, this is like ultimate hipsterism. A lot of people, not all of them, but a lot of people started to watch the My Little Pony reboot show from Hasbro with all like the Living Tombstone songs and stuff. Ironically, they were looking to do that. And a lot of people ended up then transitioning to liking the show unironically. And a lot of them became a chunk of the first, what we now call bronies or fans of the show. Dogecoin is the same way. It started off when, like, you know, the Bitcoin was made. This is before Bitcoin skyrocketed, so it's one of the super old OG coins. I think this was between Bitcoin launching and Ethereum launching that Dogecoin showed up. And originally it was just, haha, we made a blockchain because anyone can make it, and we're going to make it after the current funny internet meme, the Doge dog. and we're going to call it Dogecoin, and we're going to trade on the internet. And then people actually started to invest in it, and it actually gained a market cap. So there's a lot of these people are like, haha, we made this funny altcoin. All of a sudden it was like, oh my god, it's actually one of the top coins, and we have a market cap. People take this seriously now. And, you know, they still do fun stuff with it. Like, I think they funded, like, a satellite or something, or, like, a piece of the blockchain to go into space on, like, a SpaceX type launch and stuff like that. Seeing posts on 8chan, yeah. That's what she said, Beast Knight was too young to get any. That's what she said. Anyhow, and so they've done some joke stuff, but what's crazy is they've actually done some, like, legit, charity fundraisers. They also, Dogecoin is really big on funding like net neutrality and stuff like that through their own coins and investment. So that's why I brought up the My Little Pony stuff, because Dogecoin basically started the same way, where it originally started off as a joke coin and became a real coin. Now, why am I talking about Dogecoin? This is amazing. Verge was originally known as Dogecoin Black. Yeah, it's a rebrand. You're going to be seeing those in future crypto barons. Where, there's actually another coin I'm going to cover that's a lot better than this. About this, where sometimes cryptocurrencies will completely rebrand themselves. I mean, software rebrands itself. Remember when it used to be called Riot from the dot matrix, and then people were like, it's really hard to find the term Riot in search engines. We need to get more specific terms. I know Element. You can't confuse search engines with the word Element, and now no one can still find it. But yeah, Verge was originally Dogecoin Black. And this, or Dogecoin Dark, and this was early. And so the idea was they wanted to take Dogecoin and they wanted to put other additional security elements of it. So, put in perspective here. This was in the changeover when Dogecoin was from a joke coin to still being a hilarious kind of joke coin, but actually having real value behind it. So imagine the Dogecoin people, where they're like, what, someone forked our blockchain? Like, who did this? And looked at it and started talking to these Dogecoin Dark people and realized they took a joke seriously. The Dogecoin Dark people are the people, as Dave Attell said, who read the book The Lord of the Rings, who watched the film Lord of the Rings and thought it was a documentary. That's how that started. So they took this joke coin seriously even before the Dogecoin people started to take their own cryptocurrency a bit more seriously. Yes, that's the Twitter for that. So, and thank you for posting that, Beast Knight. So, what happened is because there was a bunch of internal arguments and stuff, and they wanted to look more professional, they got rid of the Dogecoin branding and renamed themselves to Verge. Now, Verge sounds really good on paper. Again, I'm not going to crap on this completely. There's just going to be a major thing that's just going to avoid this entire concept, because a lot of the later coins I'm going to talk about, I'm going to tell you why, even though they have a lot of these main features in, why they're better than this. They seem really professional. They have a client. I believe they have a white paper somewhere. I think maybe. Anyhow, it provides the blockchain security, blah, 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 everyday use. They're trying to be the darknet version of Dash. That's what they're trying to be, even though that's technically what Monero is. And they have a lot of different clients. You can download it for, I'm not going to show you on here, but they have it for Windows, Apple, the Mac OS, Linux. They have it both on Android and Apple, and they have the install instructions in YouTube form. I believe for Android, you need to have that Orbot that I showed you before in order to run it. And you can also install a paper wallet. Now, what this basically is, again, it's a fork of Dogecoin, which itself is a fork of Bitcoin. It's these modifications between bits of these two. But the main thing about Verge is, there's on different exchanges and stuff, is you notice there's a little onion next to all these logos. Verge pipes everything it does through the dark web. So whether it's the blockchain getting bigger, people reading the ledgers themselves, the transactions, send to receive, the community voting, everything is done through Tor and the Tor nodes in Toric. That sounds like a good thing, because I said Tor gives you anonymity and stuff. But again, remember the thing I brought up about Bitcoin through Tor? Even if you send the cryptocurrency through Tor, it's still a public ledger. Bitcoin is a public ledger. The fork of Bitcoin, Dogecoin, or I'd say the source blockchain, the old blockchain, is, I'm sorry, I'm probably annoying Jack by yelling, is a goddamn public ledger. So even though everything is pumped through Tor on Verge, so they can't really unmask your IP or to some degree your location. The transaction and who you paid and what you paid for, you can still look up on Verge. Now, they may have, because I haven't seen it yet, they might have implemented stealth addresses in here very recently, but I haven't seen it yet. So that's like my main bit. See, because even if it was originally Dogecoin Dark, I mean, a lot of coins rebrand, who cares? But my problem is this is kind of snake oily. That they're trying to say, hey, because we exclusively pipe stuff through Tor, that you are now Fort not safe, that this is like the equivalent to like Monero with all of its safety features on. But it's not. It's not, because while, again, they might not be able to find your IP address or maybe your location or what type of computer you're using, they can find everything else, including the transactions that you send it from, right on Verge's public blockchain. So that's all I'm going to say about Verge. That's all we're going to cover about it, except for one funny thing. Verge, if you haven't noticed, and you might get a preview from one of the tabs here, has a couple of industries that Verge fuels, different businesses and stuff. And there was a really big one that is still active, that was supposed to be a big deal, and it kind of half went nowhere. But I thought I would show you, and I think this is the only time I'm going to be able to show this website in its most wholesome form without being kicked off of a streaming service. So you ready for this? You know where you can use Verge, what you can buy on Verge? Porn! Yes, Pornhub accepts Verge. Now, because of the privacy setting on Tor, ironically enough, they're not going to allow us to view this Venmo insert. Yeah, if you want to join Pornhub Premium and get unfettered, non-commercial access to all of your whacking off needs or schlicking off needs, no matter what your private parts are, Pornhub has it for you. And I'm not even going to get into some of the weird stuff with Pornhub. I believe you can pay Pornhub with Bitcoin. It's kind of an extra curricular process, but you can pay it through Bitcoin. But it mainly accepts Verge. So that's actually a good case use for Verge. You can actually use Tor over Verge, because that's its default anyhow, and pay for porn. And Pornhub will not know your operating system, but everyone will be able to see that you can pay for porn. I'm not going to post the URL in the chat because I don't want to get banned any further. But you can see the URL in the corner. It's that URL/crypto. Another fun thing too, I'm not going to show it to you here because it's going to transition so fast that we would be flagged. But you can also use Pornhub technically does have a Tor address, but it's only a Tor forwarding address. So meaning it goes to a Tor page and then it forwards to Pornhub.com. Now, that means all of your internet search history, if you're not going through the Tor browser itself, and even then, everyone's going to see that you are on Pornhub.com, but no one's going to see you jump through Pornhub. So kind of like Verge, it's a half step. I just thought that was amusing. I'm not going to show it to you because it's going to skip so fast on the main page, and it's going to be filled with like titties and ass that I don't want to show it. So let's move on to the next thing. So the next thing, which also has a bit of history behind it, is Alias. Has anyone in chat heard of Alias? I mean, if you're at home, you can shout out. Have you ever heard of Alias, the cryptocurrency? You might have heard it under its previous name. Alias was originally known as Spectre Coin. And I can actually try to... So this actually might be fun. I'm actually going to open up, if I can, a new tab. And... Christian stream, yes. Less than Twitch, YouTube is basically that. We've already got blasted on YouTube because Apple decided to play music that we didn't own, but they owned, and they didn't understand the concept of like a live stream. It was really stupid. But let's see. I'm going to kind of dox myself here, bring up a couple of bookmarks, and let's search for... Yeah, let's try to go to the Internet Archive, because the Internet Archive, again, is on Tor. Oh, by the way, I'm going to hop back, and if you want to check out Verge's website itself, I'm going to put that in the chat right now. So, Verge Cryptocurrency, and share that in here. And again, if anyone has any questions, or if I'm going too fast, if you have questions about cryptocurrency, the current cryptography or cryptocurrency I'm talking about, my crazy hair hacking, my actual blockchain stuff. So yeah, this is, they just recently upgraded to a V3 Onion. You can actually search for the Internet Archive through Tor, which means that not only can you see a lot of amazing videos out of .onion through Tor in the Tor browser, but that also means you can see all of Hope 2020 through Tor because it was archived on the Internet Archive as it was happening, and 2, we actually have our own. I have to upload more videos to it. Let's go back to our landing page. We actually have our own. Yeah, I'm gonna do this weird URL agglamation. On the Internet Archive, we actually have our own little account on there that has some of our past meetups, including meetups before COVID, where we recorded stuff live. And I don't know if it's going to load here properly, so we're going to see in a second. If not, I just want to bring up something kind of hilarious. So let's go back here. So it's alias.cache. I might have to search under a different URL for it, but yeah. So yeah, this is us, and you can see we have 4 talks from pre-COVID. Later on this month, I'm going to finally upload every single main meeting talk, at least on Wayback Machine, and then on our Internet Archive, and then before the end of the year, I'm going to have almost every single live stream episode on there. It's a lot of data. So we're going to just search for this URL. Let's see, no response from that. Okay, let's take out the HTTPS just to make sure. It seems to be confused by it. So, because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to remember what was Spectre Coin's original URL. So Spectre Coin, was it Spectre Coin? I'm just going to search for that. It's probably going to give a lot of news about it being rebranded, because I should have thought of this earlier. Okay, here it should be. I'm going to go, you can kind of see a bit of their old logo in that little video preview. I'm going to go back to the Internet Archive, and we're going to search for this URL and see if anything gets brought up. If not, I might have to, I have to do some settings here. So, archived websites. Let's see if it brings up anything. Because the old website was Hacker AF. It really was, I'm not kidding. So let's see. Go, search. Search for it. I only found one. Hopefully it's not when it actually changed to the new one, but let's find out. Let's see, what do we have here? This was October of this year. Yeah, because they recently changed it. So let's see if there's an archive of the old one. If not, we'll still go to the new one. You're just going to have to take my word for it. But yeah, if you go look up Spectre Coin, particularly on YouTube, you'll find old videos about it. But the OG website, this doesn't look like it. It's a different thing. Hang on, let's try this again. I think it's because I typed the wrong thing. It's more spelled like Spectre Coin than Spectre Coin. So let's see. I just want to see if I can. Okay, so that's the one where it's talking about becoming alias. I'm trying to find like the OG URL on here, because that will be absolutely funny. So let's see. Maybe it's listed on a CoinGecko, maybe? I think they'd probably list the new one, so we're going to spend like 30 more seconds on this, and then if not, I'm going to continue on. Yeah, it's already alias cache, but you know what? What I'm going to do is I'm going to still search for that URL anyhow. You can see it's a little bit down in the dumps right now. And I'm just curious about what it comes up with. If we can't find anything, I'm just going to bring that up on the next episode, because the next episode is a continuation of this and is a little Halloween theme. 2018. Okay, so let's see. Can we find? It's either the old website or what this URL was originally used for. It's going to be one of those two things. I wish I had like a old Yeah, it's just the registry. All right, so I promise you, their original website was super hacker AF. It was like all like gray and skeevy with hoodies and everything. It was hilarious. But they wanted to become. They literally said, "This is not my words." They wanted to look more professional looking, and they wanted a better name that still said the whole privacy thing without like being in your face, like Spectre Coin or sounding like some shit coin. So they named themselves to Alias. And Alias has a couple of interesting features that still has over from Spectre Coin. So there's a Windows client, Mac, multiple Linux ones for Ubuntu Debian as well as Fedora and CentOS. You can install it in a Raspberry Pi as its own Docker image, or you can bootstrap its archive. And yeah, so you can see the little bit of the new logo here. Or it's like, we have a new name now. We changed from Spectre Coin to Alias. See if I can get that to load. And then we're going to look at the technology section because it still should have all, has all the same features. So let's go here. So privacy features. Load this up. And it pipes its stuff through Tor, but wait till you hear all the stuff that's in here. So in here they're the first to use, I remember this, a anonymous proof of service stake. So instead of proof of work, it uses proof of stake. And as it says here, in traditional proof of stake cryptos, the UTOX, or the unspent transaction output, is used in the staking calculation. We covered this sort of stuff when we talked about in our second episode of Crypto Barons with Pinkcoin. In Alias, our anonymous piece of stake, we use the so-called key image associated with the anonymous transaction output instead of an input in the staking calculations for privacy balances. And ATXO is associated with a discrete private alias value and has a unique cryptographical determining key image associated with it. So once again, like we covered last episode, the number that's generating is the shadow of something. It's not the actual thing. You can't extrapolate the original data from this shadow copy, and that's what they're using here. So what this basically allows me is anonymous piece of stake proof of stake does not depend on any central servers or the authority and is 100% peer-to-peer. So using a peer-to-peer system with using a key image instead of the actual tracking transaction output. Basically, you can stake Alias and no one knows you're staking it, because if they tried to trace back to it, they wouldn't be able to find the original thing. So that's one thing. As I say, every time you initiate a private transaction here with stealth technology, there's a brand new receiving address. Basically, it's an advanced. They're using an advanced version of stealth addresses, so they're varying stealth keys. They also again use multi-ring signature, just like what we covered in our last episode. Let's see if there's any more details here. Yep, that's just the stuff that we covered before. So as I said, Alias uses a ring size of 10 as a default, meaning any such transactions. There are 9 decoys and 1 real output. There are currently a vast array of decoys on all denotations of the system to provide all the randomness. So that's one feature here. They have ATXO balancing. So Alias incorporates a unique algorithm to maximize the anonymity potential, sending a ring signature. So in addition to using ring signatures, it actually uses a type of balancing system in order to anonymize its actual ring signature system. So as I said here, must be ample supply of unspent ATOX decoys for inclusion in the ring signatures to achieve consistent anonymity. If an ATXO is staked, the algorithm searches for the denomination with the least amount of unspent ATXOs with a range of values. So they're like, suppose the denomination in the range is found within less than 100 unspent ATXOs. In that case, the staked ATXO will be split to create one ATXO of the lower running denomination. Also, through the anonymous proof of stake process in any anonymous transactions, private to private alias transactions, there will be a constant creation of small value ATXOs from staking rewards and the transaction changes. This tend to result in larger transaction sizes and subsequent transactions as a number of smaller value ATOs are combined with the desired output amount. That basically, by adding those small signatures at the end, it randomizes and bloats the original one without actually adding any real like data that has to process. So in that way, when it signs with that data, it doesn't know what's the full data and what's just the junk data. They have a decoy selection. So they use algorithms, that frickin' Al Gore and his dancing rhythms, to ensure that, so it minimizes compromising here. So as they wrote, in a private transaction, the sender could own any one of the 10 ATXEOs, or aka the ports used in the ring signature, and an adversary cannot determine which of the 10 ATXOs, including the ring signature, is being spent. Decoy ATXOs are called mix-ins. That's a very Texan. Mix-ins! Yeehaw! As my friend said, we, and I stress to say, ha, are at the core of ring signature privacy, and it is paramount that the software can pick at the right decoy. An unusual situation could occur where all the mix-ins available for a specific denomination become spent except for the sender's ATXO to spent in the transaction. That means all the decoy ports are spent, so you could do a deduced calculation to determine what the actual real port is, kind of like figuring out a true gate and a false gate if you were what do you call it, what's that lock term, if you were figuring out how to open combination locks, so decrypt a combination for a combination lock. There's a better specific term for it, but it's escaping my mind right now. The situation could compromise the anonymity of the transaction and the mix-ins. So in the same transaction by the ATX sent, these ATXOs will be forever linked to each other as they were created at the same time. There will always be multiple outputs in any transaction because the amount has to be split to discrete values. This could lead to a situation where a mix-in is a ring signature originate from the same XEO. This could compromise again the anonymity. In other words, an adversary might be able to determine which one of the mix-ins are fake. Therefore, these situations cannot allow to occur. Alias solves this issue by incorporating specific, as they call it, smart mix-in pick-ins. Wow, that really sounds Texan. Algorithms to maximize the anonymity of the price transaction. So I imagine what they're trying to do here is that basically, I guess they prioritize certain mix-ins, including ones that are already spent, so they're non-valid. So again, that confuses which ones are real and which are not. Oh my God, we're trapped in the matrix. And they also do a balance transfer feature here. Let's see, where you can, from public balance and private balance, a couple of clicks. Basically, which was another thing, is despite all this security stuff, the wallet's really fast. In addition, as I said, Alias incorporates software from the Tor project that protects your IP address by routing traffic through several hops. So instead of the normal 3, they do several hops on the Tor network. This is a specialized network to keep your personal IP private from hackers and criminals. Hey, I'm a hacker. These are cyber criminals. Don't say hackers. That's like saying keep people away from that literally reads to me as, this is a specialized network to keep your personal IP private from African Americans and bank robbers. It's like, just say bank robbers. Why are you trying to include an entire demographic that has nothing to do with crime into a segment of crime? Anyhow, Alias further offers something called I remember this, OBFS4. That disguises Tor usage as normal internet traffic. That's what it's mainly used for, by the way. Basically, it mixes in both ClearNet and Tor, and it sets a lot of fake stuff on ClearNet so that it just looks like, because you can tell when someone's connected to Tor because your IP will come back as, this makes it, again, look like, oh, you just came from this IP from somewhere. Like, you know, you're from Germany, you're cool, even though you're from California, and So it does that. Now also, by doing that type of OBFS4 system, it allows Alias to be used in places where Tor is blocked in countries, because again, they're great firewalls like the one in China. We'll just see that they're from China and not that, you know, they're going through Tor when they're totally going through Tor. And just as a DeFi thing, they also have a whole thing about declining inflation, but we're not going to go into that. So as you can see here, what makes this different from Verge is that Verge is literally a base blockchain. It is Dogecoin, which is based off of Bitcoin. It's a public ledger that pipes through all of its stuff through Tor. So even though it doesn't know exactly what your ISP is, it knows everything else about your transaction. What makes Alias so impressive is that not only do they send it through Tor, not only do they do 7 hops instead of 3 hops, not only do they use OBFS4, wow, that's like a tongue side. Thank you out there, traffic. To disguise your traffic as normal traffic, which not only helps people in like legalized countries so far, like the United States, but also people where they ban places where they ban Tor, such as China, Russia, Iran, and like Utah. But it also adds all this anonymous staking, this type of stuff, stealth addresses, ring signatures, ATXO balancing disguises those ring signatures, smart decoys, and other things. So this is, again, the original page was Hacker AF, so this looks like a little bit more like happy-go-lucky, but as you can see, the privacy features are really rooted in here. And they also have multiple guides on this. And then we're going to get into something really fun that's going to cause a lot more command line stuff that's going to drive me absolutely freaking bonkers. I already have 2 of the programs running right now, and it's going to drive me crazy. So they have wallet dats. This is just the usual stuff. And they have their whole white people, Freudian slip. They have a whole white paper here to kind of let down. So if you want to read the entire PDF of the white paper, which I'm not going to do because that will crash the system, you can do so right here. And in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, you can find the Alias website through this, but I'm going to put down Alias white paper and send. And we're going to end this at midnight. I know now we're going to pretty much almost go to midnight here on this stream. So thank you for watching so far. Again, if you like this content, you can hit that bell, click like, share, subscribe, or follow us on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. And we're going to get to the lemons soon, so I hope there's at least one person on DLive here because it's going to be a doozy. So let's finish this up. We only have 2 more topics to go right now. So, and they're both code intensive. The last 2 darknet things I want to talk about, and this is going to be the last cryptocurrency that's specifically only sent through Tor in particular, is Deep Onion. Deep Onion wants to be the Bitcoin for the dark web. It's basically, they're like, we're made by the dark web for the dark web, even though for some reason they don't have a .onion. I don't know why, but they don't. They're on ClearNet, but everything else is pretty nuts. So they have their own like story here. Let's see, they started in July 2017, particularly July 12th. Deep Onion blockchain was born, and they had a 40-week public airdrop. Holy crap, they really seeded that. Last airdrop had 900 participants and more than 6,000 unique wallets, received 3 coins. Too bad I missed that. First Deep Wallet had Tor integrated natively to protect its physical IP location to all users. Physical IP, I don't know what the heck that is. It was shortly followed by a new release including all these features that we're going to get into. So they're here for the long term on this. And they also have some interesting tech because they don't just pipe stuff through Tor. They kind of like Monero when we covered last episode. They have a bunch of features. A lot of them use the word deep because they like that deep D right there. So let me try to figure out which one we're going to cover first, and then we're going to look at the client for a moment, and then we're going to try something absolutely nuts. So we have Deep. Let's see here. We have Deep Vault, and remember how a couple episodes ago, there's actually the ZeroNet episode, and we also covered a little bit this with Ravencoin, where we talked about how you could burn that. The data does not have to be a hash data in a block. A block can be any amount of data as long as there's some sort of cryptography involved in order to validate it on the chain. So that means that you could, like, which one person did, they were burning bitcoins to store like ebooks and stuff on there and pictures and videos. Deep Onion has a thing where essentially you can register a file with a Deep Onion coin and it basically burns it, and that's what it does. So what you do is you register a file on there, and that proves that you have that file and it belongs to you, right? And then what you can do is when you send someone, you know how a lot of times this will happen when you download software and it says to use its PGP or GPG keys, which is a type of encryption, which its public keys to verify that it came that download came from where it is. Yes, you can store information. You can store ebooks on there. That's what they did. So what you do is once you register a file type, a picture, a video, ebook, MP3, or whatever, a piece of execution software to a single Deep Onion, when that person goes to download, you can give them a code that they can go on there with, or can scan the file itself. And that extension you can add to Chrome, Firefox, Opera, Brave, and Vivaldi, which is kind of funny because Chrome, Brave, and Vivaldi, it's all the same Google store. Opera has its own store, even though it can install stuff from Chrome, and Firefox is its own thing. I should have probably actually installed that thing in here. Maybe we will do that. Let's actually do that. We're going to actually install this Deep Vault extension right directly into the Tor browser here. Let's see if we can do it. Continue installation. So we added it, and now it's popped up here. You can see it in the corner. It should pop up. It says Deep Vault has been added. Okay, got it. I think this is the Deep Vault. Yep, this is. You probably, unfortunately, won't be able to see this unless I do it. But yeah, what it's asking here is, and actually, you know what I can do really quick? I'm going to temporarily add a Windows capture so you can see what I'm talking about here. Let's shrink it down a bit, because it went like completely full scale. So let's try this again, and hopefully you'll be able to see this. So yeah, so like I said before, what you would do with this is, and we just add the extension. I'm going to close it. So what you do is you register a file with Deep Vault, and you do it right from the client. There's also a Deep Vault Online where you can check all this stuff without having to download the wallet. So deepvaultonline.com. I don't know if it's about sending files. I think you can, but the main thing what it can do here is it's basically what do you call it? What's that legal term called? It is a sorry, I may have miscommunicated here. I apologize. It's more of like a, I'm trying to think of what that term is called legally. It's like a, not an itinerary. It's like a seal of approval stamp. So instead of using PGP and GPG keys in order to verify a piece of software or a file, such as an image or a video, you can actually use the Deep Onion coin itself to verify it. So as you can see here, so you can either do it from the URL, or hopefully what you'll see here is there's this little extension button in the corner, and when I open it, it should pop up. When you tag a file on this, there'll be a verification ID, and you put that in there, and then you can drag and drop the file in there, which will also scan that. So you drag the file and the ID that the Deep Vault generated, and it will verify that that file came from its actual source. So instead of using, it's basically replacing PGP and GPG keys like the way you would do to validate software, except instead of just execution software like the Tor browser itself, you can also validate actual files, images, executable programs, all that stuff. So that's basically what Deep Vault is. It's like an ID system there. So now I'm going to remove, I hope that makes sense. If anyone needs clarification of that, let me know. I'm just going to get rid of the Windows capture, and now we're back on this boring thing. Yep, verification of origin. Sorry if I confused everyone with that. This has just been one heck of a night, and I'm trying to end before or around midnight. So that's one of its things. The other thing about it, which we're going to get into in a moment, is the Deep Send nodes. Then there's also Deep Onion J. That sounds funny. It's like a name. Hey, it's like there's Deep Onion and Deep Onion J, you know, his twin. But no, it's basically it's a template. I believe it is written in, I think it's in Java or JavaScript. Why would you use that? Again, in the same way that people use PGP and GPG to validate files on the internet, basically this is their darknet cryptocurrency version of validating files. And they also claim, which I agree is much easier, because instead of getting a huge block of PGP code, and if you're using terminal, you have to type in these commands and it's really confusing, or you have to like look at the files side by side and read them to see if they're accurate. This is, you just put the little hash, like 23 character string it puts out, and then the file, and it validates it for you immediately. So you just copy this one line in there that just looks like a normal v3 onion address, and then that, and it verifies. So they're claiming it's much easier, and I honestly, it sounds like I would agree with that. This is basically their mobile app development. Now there is a mobile wallet for Deep Onion. We're going to get into what platforms it's on, because we're going to transition into this in a moment. Yay, I've received 1,000 messages on Restream. Yay, thank you, chat. Yay. And again, if you like it, you can like, share, subscribe to us on Twitch, Live, or YouTube. And I swear the lemons are coming up within the next probably 20 minutes. So if you want to build applications like you would on Ethereum, you would use the Deep Onion J platform. Another crazy thing is, and this is actually where I'm going to now bring up, I'm going to use the, I actually realized I did something wrong here. There we go. That's a lot better. So, here we are. This is where I'm actually going to bring up the client, because I've been running Deep Onion this entire time. So we're going to go into Windows Capture again. We'll call this one Deep Onion. And I'm going to kind of give you a tour and explain a neat feature. It did this on startup, and I can't replicate it again, but I'd rather go through that than to have it crash on air. So here we go. So yeah, that is the Deep Onion client, as you can see here. Move that down below the logo here. There we go. So that's what the client looks like. It's all purplish, very Tor. Purple and green is like the. I mean, purple's the core color for Tor, but you know, purple and green. You know, Green Goblin colors. If you're familiar with Spider-Man and Marvel Comics, is the thing to go. So as you can see here, I don't have any coins in here because I literally just installed it. But we have the overview. You can do the usual thing wallets where we can send coins. I can request payments. And I can generate receive addresses. Note that there's no default. I actually have to generate one for that to work. I can view a history of transactions, and this is again the Deep Vault thing where you select the document from your computer and then you put it in their owner's the address. That's the little string character puts out, and it can verify that for you or not. And then this is my address book, and of course then I can also export, which I'm not going to do this entire thing. And if you note here, let's see. Yeah, anonymous DPINs, we don't have enough service nodes connected, so we don't have enough nodes connected yet. But we are connected over Tor, and it actually gives us an address that I don't know if you can see because I think the logo blocks it, but it's there and decent stuff. But the reason why I want to show you this is because, as they said, there's a thing called Deep Send. And we're actually going to, and this is the last I'm going to show of this, so yay. And I'm going to officially close the Deep Onion wallet for this, because I just wanted to do a tour of that. We're going to look at one last video here. That was weird. Let me just double check something. Okay, we're good. We're going to look at one last video. It's going to be really quick. Originally, I was going to let you all choose because I have their... where are you here? Come on. Why are you lagging? All right. The Deep Send here. Deep Send is an anonymous multi-sig mixing service to send untraceable blockchain payments. This is what's built on top of Tor, and remember, it has to use Tor, it doesn't use anything else. It says there will be no evidence between the buyer and the merchant as the payment is sent from a randomly selected wallet hidden behind the anonymous Tor network. And the Deep Send requirements we have the Deep Send Onion and with a payment amount. So since we didn't add a payment fee, it's not there, and that's why originally our icon was red. And it would be green if this would actually happen. And I explained sort of here about Alice and Bob. So it says an example of Alice wants to send 100 onions. This is a lot of stuff to explain about Deep Send. So instead of reading through all of this, what I'm going to do is we are going to go to where are you here? Yep, we're going to go to here. And this is sort of their YouTube here, and we've seen it through Tor and Invidus. And let's see, I'm going to try to see if I can find one about Deep Send. Let's see here. Deep Send's a newer feature. I think we went past it, so I'm going to load this up. It's barely 9 minutes long. We're going to watch this video. I'm going to take another short break because I have to pee. I'm going to get back. We're going to try 2 crazy programming things, and then the show's over. So we're going to listen to Deep Onion explain themselves what Deep Send is and how it's an even more elaborate version of Tor. This is also going to explain the deep node system I brought up. So it's going to be 2 birds in one. And we're going to do this. By the way, I just want to warn about the Deep Onion videos. I don't know if it's the CEO they have in this video or if he's like the main marketer. But basically, there's like an off-brand Mike Pence looking guy in this video. I'm not kidding. And the type of music they chose and everything, it feels like a Mormon indoctrination video. Like if you've ever seen like YouTube videos that evangelicals put out, it's going to feel like one of those. It's going to have like the whole relaxed generic music in there and then this super white dude talking about this, and he's going to sound really relaxed and everything. So I just want to warn, it's going to sound like some freaky like what is that religion called, Methodist cult video. But this is about Deep Onion, and it's going to explain this way better than I can. But now that you know more about Tor, this should make a lot more sense. So after that warning, I'm going to be right back on video. It's going to be 9 minutes long. Enjoy this, and then we're going to do 2 cool coding things, and that will be on the program. So let's hear what Deep Onion has to say about Deep Send and its deep node system.
Hello and welcome to Deep Onion Academy videos. Our goal in this video is to help you learn about the basics of Deep Onion Deep Send and highlight our accomplishments. What is DeepSend? DeepSend is a privacy feature of the DeepOnion blockchain. DeepSend hides the transaction traces. It protects people's privacy by making it virtually impossible to trace a transaction based on the public information of the blockchain. The sender's wallet connects to online DeepSend nodes so they can perform the payment instead. What is a DeepSend node? DeepSend nodes are any online DeepOnion wallets that are activated to accept a DeepSend task. All DeepSend transactions are carried through Tor, protecting the IP address of the user, just like the rest of the features in the DeepOnion wallet. By using multi-signature, the process is automatic, without the need for human intervention. What is multi-signature? Multi-signature, or multi-sig, refers to requiring more than one key or digital signature to authorize a transaction. For example, Joe and David run a business together and have a business checking account. Joe cannot access the account without David's permission or signature, and vice versa. Both owners must agree at the same time for the account to be used. An account or document can also be secured by as many digital signatures as needed. For example, if Joe and David bring on Tim as a partner, that account now has 3 owners. A rule can be created to give access to the account as long as 2 of the 3 owners agree. Therefore, one owner can't access the account or unlock the document, and at least 2 owners must agree for it to unlock. This is called a 2 out of 3 multi-signature system. How does DeepSend multi-signature work? The sender wallet will randomly select 2 DeepSend nodes. One node will act as a mixer, and the other node will act as a guarantor. All 3 parties will start by placing a security deposit in a collection of multi-sig addresses that can only be unlocked if 2 parties agree. The mixer must have 2 public addresses, one addressed to receive the payment from the sender, and the other address to send the payment. This way, the payment cannot be linked to the address of the original sender. When the payment is successful, the mixer sends the transaction ID to the sender and the guarantor. If the sender is satisfied, the security deposit is unlocked and the funds return to the mixer, sender, and the guarantor. If the sender is not satisfied because the payment was not successful, the guarantor will inspect the payment transaction. If the guarantor finds the transaction valid, the security deposits are unlocked and released to the mixer, sender, and the guarantor. But if the guarantor finds the transaction invalid, the security deposits are unlocked and 2 payments are released to the sender and 1 to the guarantor. The mixer will not receive anything. This is one of the best methods to prevent fraud from any party. DeepSend will be covered further in another video when it is launched. DeepOnion accomplishments. DeepOnion had many accomplishments in a very short time frame, one of which was the airdrop. The DeepOnion team distributed the majority of the coins for free in a public airdrop that lasted over 40 weeks. The last airdrop completed on April 20th of 2020 and is available to the public.
Okay, so random clips from Chinese numbers. So anyhow, I didn't realize there was a news section at the end, but yeah, that was basically them explaining the DeepSend system. Basically, they have a whole thing called deep nodes, and we covered this before, proof of stake stuff, where and we're going to take a look at, as I explained this, we're going to look at GitHub, Deep Onion source code. In fact, if you're on Twitch, if you scroll below, we have a GitHub unit, and that's our actual GitHub, which is at github.com/defcon201. Pinned on there, we actually have the Deep Onion source code, so you can actually go click on that and it'll open a different tab and still run this stream while you look at Deep Onion's actual source code. But I'll look at around on this while I'll yep, and this also uses OBFS 4. While I blab on about what the deep nodes and the deep send is. So with proof of stake systems, as we covered in episode 2, that's from you have a certain amount of cryptocurrency in your wallet, and then as that sits there, it basically gains more value, and you keep getting a percent the longer you have those coins in there. And because that also adds coins, you can install Chocolatey. I like Chocolatey on Windows. Let's say I can hardly write in code, but reading it, I'm fucking awful. I know that feeling. My whole thing is I can read code really well, but like I can type it okay, but like trying to type code and command line terminals on commands on air, I get nervous even when I'm not nervous. But what it is, and then because those coins that are added goes back into the same proof of stake, that means you also keep getting more output, so it just snowballs, and that's sort of like what proof of stake is. Well, and we haven't covered this yet because originally we were going to do BitGreen, but BitGreen was kind of ridiculous with it. With master nodes, the way they work is with proof of work, you can set up master nodes manually. On proof of stake, master nodes are wallets that have a ridiculous amount of cryptocurrency in them, and then you like a couple of hundred to a couple of thousands, like it's usually like 2,000 or something in there, coins of that cryptocurrency, and then it locks those coins and then acts as a node, so it basically becomes its own semi-decentralized bank that the rest of the nodes can run off of when they proof of stake. Steak. I cook chicken, but steak sounds good too. So what the deep nodes are is it's a combination of that sort of proof of staking master noding system as well as the Tor nodes. So when you basically have to put, it's way lower than BitGreen. One day we're going to talk to BitGreen about that. But basically what you can do, here's their airdrop URL. I don't even know if it still works. But what you can do is, what they do is that when you have X amount of coins, and then you can issue a command. It doesn't work. It broke it. To lock those coins in, and it becomes a deep node. And not only does that deep node do proof of stake, but the deep node also acts like a modified Tor node on the Deep Onion network on Tor. So it functions both as a sort of proof of stake master node that other people can proof of stake from. As you can see, it's written mostly in C and C++ with a little bit of Python and some shell code and makefile generates and other random tidbits in here as well. But as it's acting as a master node here, what it also does, more importantly, is it acts exactly like a Tor node. So most master nodes, again, they're on the ClearNet, and a master node will link to a master node. The encryption comes from the actual chain on itself, or if you decide to pipe it, or unless you decide to add features like multi-signaling and stuff, it doesn't come from the nodes communicating each other, because it communicates just like the way a normal website on ClearNet does, like a .com. It asks the server, it has a unique ID, and it finds that in the chain. The actual thing comes from the encrypted hashes. What deep nodes do is that instead of talking to each other directly, when you actually proof of stake, it goes through multiple deep nodes and does the proof of staking that way in the exact same way Tor goes through multiple Tor onion route nodes in order to spoof your location and make you more anonymous on the network. So that's what so using deep nodes, it does its whole deep send function, whereas it says through multi-address, and through those deep nodes, it can basically truly pipe the cryptocurrency through an onion routing method within the blockchain network itself on Deep Onion, in order to make sure that when you send that coin under deep send, it is being sent anonymously. Now, because it's routed on proof of stake, again, that's the reason why our deep send function didn't pop up, because you need X amount of cryptocurrency, although I think it's maybe like 5 or 10 coins or something like that. But as I digress, it's a very, very cool, here's some Python scripting, interesting concept there, where it basically, in addition to Tor itself, it emulates the Tor onion system for its node communication chain in order to do its staking and transactions. And that's actually kind of impressive. Again, so unlike Verge, which only did like a surface level taking Tor, and Alias, which took the Tor but then added a bunch of unique security features on top of itself in the chain, it truly embraces the onion routing methodology in order to do its routing. I hope that doesn't sound snake oily, but that's the best way I can describe it. So now that I've said that, we're gonna do three crazy things that are gonna kill me. The first thing we're gonna do, and this is something absolutely freaking nuts. So, oh, and one last thing as a tease. Deep Onion also has a voting system where you can use the actual chain itself, where people can propose updates both in the chain itself, the wallet code, new features, community stuff, and you can make those votes. You send out a little bit of, I think, Deep Onion for that, and if it ups in rank, you get a little bit of reward back, and if it actually passes, you get a ton of reward. So you have an incentive to vote. Basically, if you vote and vote well or do good proposals, you get free Deep Onions in return. And you can apparently also use Deep Onion on Shopify, which was the latest thing that was upvoted and everything. First, POS block mine from the new code base. Oh yeah, because they switched code bases recently. I think they describe it up here. Yeah, they're using Rebase now for their wallet system. But we're going to get a bit more into that late in the future, because we are going to do an entire thing about blockchain voting that will actually probably be either the next episode or the second to next episode. But anyhow, let's do the crazy thing. So we're going to do the crazy thing, and part of the crazy thing is I'm going to keep this on the GitHub spot, right? And we're going to do a little bit of charades here, because unfortunately this doesn't work on VM. I am going to... Oh, I forgot to turn my capture device. Here I am. Sorry. Forgot about that, because this is going to be very important. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off the browser. We're going to get back to that later. I'm going to move myself over here, and then, which I normally do at the end of the episode, I'm going to grow and grow. And there we go. I'm full size now. That's what she says. That's also how she likes it. And we're going to move the camera over, because we're going to do something that I'm pretty sure is going to fail, because I've tried to do this before and it failed. But I thought it'd be a cool thing to do on camera, which is pretty neat. Actually, I need to bring up the browser again very temporarily in order to explain why this is so cool. So ignore the background stuff. Just pay attention to the browser. Look at the pretty flowers. Let's go back to the Deep Onion thing. So remember I said that there's multiple clients for Deep Onion? So Deep Vault, Deep Send, Deep. And it does support, by the way, stealth addresses and stuff like that. Well, you can download the wallet for Windows, which is how I showed it to you folks. You can download Mac OS. It has a Google Play thing. It's not on iOS yet. I heard they're working on a browser workaround and turning it back off, joking it. I'm sure you are. You can look at the source code, which we're looking at. It also has its own instructions to install on Ubuntu, Debian. You can install it on Raspberry Pi, which we're going to do an entire thing about cryptocurrency wallets on Raspberry Pis next year. But note this, and note this with its partners. So you know how I said it entirely works through Tor? Well, Tor also has an entirely live OS operating system that's designed for journalists and privacy-centric people called Tails. And it's a little, I will show it to you in a bit. It's a little USB stick. You flash it over to there. You plug it in. You can make a persistence if you want. It's super easy to use. They literally made it, again, it's for journalists, so monkeys can install it, aka journalists. And what's cool is when you pull that little thing out, because it loads entirely in RAM, people don't even know that you used it. And one of the key things is it pipes by default everything through Tor. It also locks a lot of things in the operating system so that malicious hackers can't hack with it. And the reason why they have this option here, and this is the crazy thing we're going to do, because now we're going to turn the browser off, and we are going to move the camera over to the other computer. So I'm sorry if you have motion sickness, but and this is, you get like a doxing of a little bit what our apartment looks like. But I'm going to try to put this camera in the best position it possibly can. Ah! You know, all craziness. There we go. So as you can see, that's the little USB stick, the really crappy one from Micro Center with Tails. And if I can get it balanced here, what you are seeing here is Tails. And I have it on the persistence. Sounds like a crazy Hollywood film. And we're going to do something absolutely nuts directly off of instructions from their website. And what we are going to do, and this is going to be a headache thinking about this, is we are going to install Deep Onion on here, and we're going to configure Tails so that Deep Onion works on here and will work through Tor on Tails, which is already super secure for the most part and highly untraceable. As they saw in the video, they recommend Tails to do the actual transactions on the dark web on here. And it's tricky because, again, they lock a lot of operating system down. So we're going to do some hacks. If it doesn't work, I know exactly why it doesn't work, and I'll explain why. I really wanted to run this through a VM, but again, unfortunately, I don't know how to run it through a VM. I tried. I have to ask better hackers than me how to do that. But before we get into that, you'll notice that I have this Electrum wallet open. Now, it comes with a few pre-built applications. And one of those things is it comes with an Electrum Bitcoin wallet. Electrum, people will argue this thing, but it's supposed to be a lightweight Java shell for things. So unlike the Bitcore wallet, which because it downloads the entire chain, it has tons of gigs, Electrum will not only put it in this lightweight GUI in terms of code and file size, but it also only communicates on the blockchain through the Tor network, or just the online network if you're not running Tor, and will not download the entire freaking thing and bloat everything on your end. So that's why it's included by default on here, this Electrum. So that way, if you want to trade Bitcoin, because Bitcoin's the most popular thing, it only comes with Bitcoin. There's also supposed to be a Litecoin Electrum wallet and Monero as well. They've been working on that and it hasn't been too successful. But I just want to show you that similar to the Bitcoin Core, there is, let me find this thing. There is a method to also just pipe this through Tor. Now, obviously, because we're on Tails, it's probably pre-configured, but I just want to show you process. We go to Tools and Network, and let's see, we're going to click on the Proxy tab. See, it's already kind of set up here, is that it's on localhost and port 950, which means this is going through Tor, and because you might not be able to see it up here, I'm going to open the Onion circuits. The default on here is Tor. So as you can see here, this is these are all the different loops that that Tails is going through right now. So if you didn't have it on Tails, this is how you would set up. You would go into the network under Tools and click Proxy, type it, select use proxy, SLOX5 localhost 900, or you can just use Tor proxy at port 950. Oh, sorry. I just did a weird boo-boo. See if I can turn that back on. See, I know I was going to screw up anyhow. But yeah, then you click close and you exit and turn back on this wallet and enter the password for it. And yeah, it would, it's resyncing right now and it will completely work for the Tor. Now, obviously on Tails it works on default, but I just want to show you that even on the Electrum current version of the Bitcoin wallet, which is much faster and lightweight, both in file size and blockchain usage, you can pipe it through Tor just like the core wallet. So we're going to be in the command line here, and I'm going to type all these crazy commands that go on forever, and we're going to attempt to do this. So first of all, we have this set up on persistence. Now, I have to make a new Tails USB, so that's why I don't care about if this bricks because of what I'm about to do. I don't quite care because I'm going to get a new stick and do a whole new version of Tails on here, and I don't have any valuable things. Even this Electrum wallet, I never used it, so it's not a big problem for me to start up a new one. So I'm going to try to type this as best as I can. Hopefully everyone sees. So the first command we're going to do is sudo install -d -m, and let me actually go on here and make the text a hell of a lot bigger if I can. Trying to remember what settings I go to because I'm in a different browser right now. Ah, here it is. Oh yeah, let me just make it a little bit smaller, just like she says. That makes everything immediately more readable. Okay, so sudo install -d -m. Obviously there's spaces here. 755, and now we're going to go into this folder, live persistence / Tails data, which those are capitalized A. Oh, sorry. Data _ unlocked /apt sources list.d. And now I'm going to enter the password for this, which I believe at this angle you will not be able to see. Oh, I think it's just enter. Administration passwords is, wait a minute. Did I forgot on boot to set up an administration password? Oh, shoot. So here's a fun thing. So we're actually going to go in, and I'm actually going to have to restart Tails, and I can actually show you booting it into normal mode. So I'm literally going to pull this out here. I'm going to pull it out, something Donald Trump does a lot, and we're going to see it go to blank. So yeah, it goes to this error, and then it is going to boot back into my default stuff on here. Or just turn off, apparently. But yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug this guy back in. I forgot to turn on the administration stuff. So now you're going to see the process of me booting into the stick. See, it's a USB 2.0. I want to get a lot better one eventually. We're going to select Tails. And because I pulled it out mid-command, there really shouldn't have been any updates on that, any saves or anything. So that should be fine. So in the meantime, let's see here. I'm going to turn on the browser. And yeah, Chad, if you have any questions about what I'm doing, which is right now just ruining stuff, let me know. But I'm going to give you a preview while this boots because it's going to take a minute. On what we're going to do. So again, what we're going to do is we're going to program. We're going to install Deep Onion directly on Tails, and that way Tails can be its dedicated wallet operating environment, kind of like what you saw in the earlier video about transactions. But after this, the other two things, and I can show you this in command in browser, is we're going to install Covery, which has an interesting technique. And I actually might use this for SASL tokens in the future, SASL tokens. We're using the MSYS2 software distribution building platform. Basically, it allows you to do Arch Linux commands on Windows as sort of like a weird emulation thing. It's great. And we're going to use that in order to install Covery, which is a cryptocurrency. Basically, it's a message exchange here. Let's see here. That will show that basically it's in alpha, so it's very unstable, and it is designed to show how I2P works with Monero, and we're going to talk a bit about I2P, but very briefly. And then we're going to go back. Whoop, there goes the camera. Hopefully that didn't break. And then we're going to go back into oh boy, camera's kind of drunk today. We're going to go back into the VM, the virtual machine, and we're going to attempt to run a Monero node through I2P with I2P 0, which I also have very not high expectations for. So the last bit we're going to do, so after we do this Deep Onion thing, we're going to do that with Monero. So I'm going to set up an admin password. What I like is you can set up an admin password. Start Tails each time when you boot. So when you do unplug the stick and plug it back in, even with persistence, now I can turn off the browser and go back to the video again. It will not remember your previous admin password, so you have to enter a new one every single time you run it. So it's going to take a couple of seconds, but then it's going to load up. Installing different software from your persistent storage. Synchronizing the system clock, which it's always off on for no reason. I'm going to go and find the terminal again. I think it's in the system tools. So we're going to open terminal. And let's go back to my notes here. And, see, this is what I hate. I don't like the way the default terminal looks. It hurts my eyes in Tails. So we're going to go to, actually we're already here. So colors, and we're going to choose, which one here? There's like a terminal dark somewhere. Black on white, green on black. There we go. Does that change that? And now I can click into, that'll work. So yeah, that's a lot better looking. All right, so now we're going to try this again. We're going to try and install Deep Onion on here, on Tails. So that way Tails can be our ultimate deep wallet OS that's like super secure because it only runs temporarily through RAM and it has a lot of privacy features and stuff like that. So there's like max security for Deep Onion. Let's see if this will actually work. So we're going to type again. So sudo install d-m -d-m -m 755 should be the line number, and then live/persistence/tails data _ unlocked apt sources list D. So let's see. So I'm going to put in the admin password, which hopefully you can't quite see. It's going to take a couple of moments, but it shall load in here. This is, we trust you have received the usual lecture from the local system administrator. I am the local system administrator. Usually bolts on to three things: respect the privacy of others, thinks before you type. With great power comes great responsibility. I don't know if that's like an extension of like what they wrote with Debian or what, but it's going to take a moment and do that sudo install. See, I thought we would have already reached this stage at 10 p.m. and that most of this, because of how slow Tails is, that this would take the longest, because it does take forever on this. And again, the worst part is that I think I know where it's probably going to fail. I'm actually looking at the commands right now. Let's see. I think I know exactly where it fails, but let's, again, this is a slow USB 2.0 stick, and even then, Tails is notoriously kind of very bloated and slow. We might actually flip back and forth between doing this and doing the Covery thing. Actually, you know what? That's what we'll probably do. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to multitask here. I'm going to slide this guy over. I'm going to shrink him. So it's like you're seeing me but not seeing me. So that way we can keep an eye on this. Now I'm going to bring back up the browser again. And we are going to... Yep, it just did it. And we are going to actually do both these things. Actually, let's... Oh boy, let's switch back, I guess, maybe. This is going to be one of those nights. I can just tell. Take off the browser. There we go. All right, so let's see how long this next step takes, and then I'll know if we can do this both at the same time. So that apparently worked because we didn't have any error. So now we are going to add the source directory to the persistence. So we're going to echo 1. Just want to make sure if there's a space between that or not, because I can't tell. We're going to find out in a second. Let's open up Notepad. So is there a space? There's no space. Good. Okay. I was right this entire time because I am the crypto baron. So we're going to do echo, little parentheses here, ect apt sources.list.d. So it's similar to the sources list.d above. We're going to put 1, 2, I think that's 2 spaces. I'm actually going to look to see how many spaces this is, because I don't want to copy pasta this. And let's see. Yes, it's 2 spaces. Okay. And then there is 1 space after each of these. Okay. So because we're going to do 2 commands at once. So I'm going to go back to when we type D. So do 2 spaces, 1, 2, source equals apt where we are, source apt dash SBURCES. Just want to make sure that's see, I'm glad that was a little bit of dirt. APT dash sources. Let's type that again. Sources dot list dot d. Comma link, like in Zelda, and space, a little wall space. That's the little Trump wall. Sudo t append space live persistence / tails data unlocked / persistence dot conf. Hopefully when I hit enter, all of this stuff will work. So I have to enter the password. Let's see. No file or directory. Let's see. Live persistence. Oh, geez. So let's go back to that command. I wrote trails instead of tails because I'm dumb. That's how you can tell I'm hungry. Tails, no double S's, data. I just want to make sure I typed everything else. All right, let's try this again because apparently I am super dyslexic. All right, so it's going through those sources. Okay, so we got that. So the next commands I'm going to type in, God, this is going to be a lot. Now we're going to add the sources to the persistent sources link. So there's going to be a lot of echoes. So I'm actually going to clear the data right now and do this. So echo deb tor. Actually, you know what? This drives me crazy. All right, so what we're going to do is, just because, in the interest of time and because there's so much echoes in here, I'm going to type everything else. I'm actually going to go to the website here. Where is my browser? Oh yeah, it only has Tor browser. And we are going to copy pasta these echoes in, because this is going to drive me absolutely goddamn insane if I have to type in every single one of these. And in fact, again, because of that, what we're going to do is we're going to put this as its own side project. We're going to stick this up here. I'm going to shrink it. And we're going to turn the browser back on, and we're going to do, I'm just going to do stuff in the background for all of this. And we are going to go and try to do the covery thing, right? So with the covery thing, I have to add, what am I adding here? The, I'm shocked anyone's still watching this. I'm going to add the MSY-S2 in here, but I'm going to explain sort of what's going on here. So Covery, the Covery I2P router project aims to integrate I2P technology into Monero to ensure, so this is the early alpha thing, and then we're going to try another method of doing I2P. For those of you who don't know, and I'm going to bring this up, is I2P is the other major darknet. It's also known as the very wonky darknet. I should have originally brought up its website. I2P is at getI2P.net. Now I'm going to share to you the English link. So we're going to do I2P. And what I2P does is it's an anonymous network, and it's based off of garlic routing, which is kind of too complicated for me to explain right now, but basically it's a much more, supposedly more privacy conscious, less risky version of onion routing. And you know, as long as you configure it to the 122.5, and I think its port is 444 for internet stuff and 4445 for alternate stuff, 444 por favor, as I say. It runs as a daemon in the background, and you can access .I2P sites. Now, the thing about I2P, oh boy, where do I begin? I2P, I also P, is that is notorious, even for most experienced people, of trying to get this to work on anything. I mean, I'll put it this way. I can get this for some reason to work on Manjaro. GI Jack has a hard time getting this working on Arch in general, even though Manjaro is a variant of Arch. Some things on I2P don't work on my version of Ubuntu, but it works on, well, I got it to work on Ubuntu in an odd way using a proxy browser, and for some reason I can't get I2P websites to work on Windows. Otherwise, I would totally use I2P. I would show you what an I2P site or an EAP site would look like. I'm going to type in this password. So as I put 8 million echoes onto the persistence list, I'm using the pad here instead of a mouse, so I'm a little extra nervous. Here we go. There we go. Now that worked. I think I was just being crazy while typing. So in a moment, we'll try to basically do both of these projects. Now I'm going to chow root this on Tails, kind of at the same time. So let's go back to Covery. You can find Covery on their GitLab. I'm going to put that in there. So Monero Covery. Now, I've heard this project's abandoned. I know it's been in like permanent alpha forever, but we're going to attempt to try this. So I'm going to add the MSYS2 thing, which will allow me to basically do Arch Linux type Pacman commands in Windows. So this should be really fun to watch. So I'm just going to call this Arch. And I'm going to test this system to see if I can actually use this. Where are you? There you are. If I can actually use this for a thing I've been struggling with using Tor on IRC, that's been driving me crazy. Okay, so that worked. Now I'm going to do this other one, and then we're going to get this going. And I actually might switch this back. We're going to find out in a second, because I'm almost done with the copy pasting and the password entrying for setting this up for setting the tails up for Deep Onion. See, because I thought this was going to be most of the 2-hour time, but I guess everything else took way longer than I thought. That's also what she said. So now we're doing the sudo lns, and that should permanently bootstrap, yep, the all the stuff to the persistence. And now we're going to add to the persistence that Deep Onion will reinstall every time Tails reboots. See, this is why I wish I could do this in a VM, because then you'd truly be able to see the true output for the code. Because right now, it probably, even if I make this huge, it probably looks really all blurry and squiggly. And I obviously don't want that for my show. So if I can, especially if this doesn't work and I get this to work, I might add this to the episode of We Finally Got Things to Work on episode of Crypto Barons that I eventually want to do, probably at like New Year's. So now that I've actually gotten far enough on this part, I'm actually going to, I'll keep that loaded, but we're actually going to switch over to this down below the logo. We're going to actually do this with the camera here. I see. Okay. Get rid of the browser temporarily. So now we're going to create, I should be able to type the rest of this out. We are going to create the, where are you? Where are my notes? Here they are. The deep onion data directly. Now this is going to be the first part of thing might fail. So we're going to make the directories, mkdir, move the mouse away, p, because we have to p, home slash amnesia, because that's the default for this, persistent dot deep onion. Okay, so that made that. Now we're going to install the GPG keys. So that's the wget, sorry, the wget. I call it wget, but there's no e in it. HTTP PPAA deep onion org UK bitcoin.gpg. Not recoverable, failure in name resolution, unable to resolve host address. Oh, I typed in an extra P by accident because my hands are all fidgety. Wait, that didn't work either? It's PPA. What is wrong with me today? Alright, you know what I'm going to do? Alright, I've given up. I am going to copy and pasta this whole thing over and hope this works. Now that worked. Alright. So I think the next command I can type in mostly normal. So that will be sudo ap, not spy, what the heck, sudo, this is why I didn't want to do this way, and I wanted this to be in a VM, because it'd be easier for me to, what the, there was a space there between sudo and ATP key. And I put in the temporary password. Okay, so that cleared. Now, just for the sake of time and sanity, I am going to wget the other key by copy pasting it. So that worked. Now I'm going to do the same key add the PGP key. PGP.key. And I'm going to put in the temporary password that hopefully I didn't mistype. So that went okay. Now here comes the part that makes me nervous, and it's probably going to take a while, and this is where we'll jump back and forth. We're going to install the Deep Onion. We're actually going to do the Deep Vault version here. QT and Damien. So we are going to ATP update. So sudo apt y update. Enter in the password, and that should update with the what? Also, my hip's hurting from turning like this. This should hopefully through Tor get all the package updates here. That was running. So the one from Deep Onion is not signed, even though I thought I signed the thing. Let's try to do that again. So we're just going to copy pasta this whole thing just to make sure Uncle Sidepocket is not losing his mind. So we got that. And then we're going to apt the key. So that, I have to put in the password for that. So that worked. And now we're going to wget the PGP key, right? And then we're going to add that key again to the chain here. Enter the temporary password. And that should okay. And I think I entered the password wrong, because all I'm thinking about is that chicken leg that I made. Okay, so that did that. So now we're going to copy pasta the update just to make sure. Come on, copy. just to make sure. Why did that come up? I don't know why this happens. I'm gonna enter the password again. You can see how secure Tails is because it constantly always asks you for the password. And then we're going to default this. So yeah, so let's see. Same error. Follow signatures were invalid. I'm going to try this anyhow. See, again, this is the part that worries me. So we're going to install this with not deep vault, just so I don't go completely crazy. So we're going to clear this, and we're going to put in the command, which is we're going to sudo atp install deep onion, the qt client, and the daemon at the same time. So we're going to put in the temp password, because if it fails, it's probably because of the PGP keys, and of course it fails because I can't focus on typing a password. It's unable to locate them. Alright, we're going to try the deep onion ones instead. If that doesn't work, I tried. Because again, I don't think it got it because it wasn't able to properly sign for the updates, and that's where this thing gets stuck. Yeah, it can't find it. So I'll have to work on in the future. If I ever get this running, please, that will be great. I'm going to move the camera back over. And now I'm going to, wow, we are past midnight. I'm going to now do the other thing that's going to drive me crazy. Once I get the camera properly perched here. A little bit too low. There we go. And hi everyone again, this is Sidepocket again. If you like what you see, you can hit like, share, and subscribe on Twitch, D Live, and YouTube. We're going to do the lemons soon. I swear that is going to happen, so don't worry. But now let's focus back on trying to implement that I2P. Let's turn off the browser capture here, if I can. Okay, it's off. And we're going to load up Arch here. Do that above the video capture, and then we're going to take the video capture and yeet me in the corner again until so next time you'll see me that big is either in person when I unzip my pants or at the end. And now we're going to do some awesome crazy commands. This is going to be fun. So let's bring up here. So this again allows me to do Arch Linux Pacman commands. So first we're going to update Pacman itself. So I'm going to do Pacman sy. So it's going to synchronize all the packages database. It's going to take a minute or two. I'm going to use this to see if I can do the Sassel token thing on Tor, because that would be absolutely great. So now Pacman. I'm just going to skip over to SWAT. I'm just gonna do what it says. Nor. So yes, because I didn't put a Y at the end. It's gonna update all of that stuff right there. This one's probably gonna take slightly longer, and I've pretty much run out of ore at this point. And then again, we'll do Monero directly through I2P after we try to do Core V. I'm going to laugh if this is the one that actually freaking works. Like, that's going to be absolutely amazing if that's the case. So let's see, we have a failed tar. The operation was too slow. That's upgrading Pacman itself. Terminal will be closed, so I might have to I'm going to probably relaunch the terminal. So now I'm going to launch the terminal again. MSY. So I'm going to open that. Hopefully it'll pop up and you'll see it again. You can see on the delay if that happened. Yep, we're here. Cool. It's good to know that that function works right. Alright, so we're going to go back to my notes here. And now we're going to do Pacman. Because, like, I usually use Manjaro, and I know my way around base Arch, but I'm not like a super Arch user like the way G.I. Jack is. In fact, I broke my old Monero, although to be fair, the way I broke it was because there was an issue with pip with the updater on Manjaro that Manjaro didn't solve until there was a revision later. And yeah, that whole thing went to complete crap. So, let's see, install packages. So I'm just going to copy and paste this Pacman commands once these install, just because it's that late in the night and I'm really lazy. So the terminal is going to close again, and then we're going to open it again. And now everything should be properly updated. Cool. So what we're going to post in here is this is going to install the package builds. It's going to make a bunch, CMake can make a bunch of different things. So we're going to say yes to that. And pray that everything properly installs correctly. I bet this is going to work. Ironically, we're dealing with Arch. We're dealing with a weirdly emulated, like, not even Arch, but Pac-Man for Windows. Pac-Man's a type of package manager. It's based off of the video game character Pac-Man, so that's not like a coincidence. That's actually that. But I'm going to laugh if this is the thing that's based off of Arch and it works. Like, we are trying to do crazy Debian stuff with Tails and crap like that, and it's this thing that frickin' works. Like, watch. That's just gonna, I'm just going to die if that happens. Now, the make and install might take a bit. So that's going to be fun to watch. And then we'll just see how it works. And at least, hey, even if I can't get it to do something, at least we installed the thing properly. So there's going to be a lot of 100% like min GWs we're installing here. Making various x86 versions of it. The OpenSSL, the Boost, the GCC, and the Core CMake. So this is going to go on for a good healthy couple of minutes here. God, I am hungry. I cannot wait to eat. Like, I have so much fun doing this. Like, this is basically what Crypto Barons are like. So I guess while this is going on, I'll kind of bring up, like, what we're going to do. See, we should have been doing this at 11. I don't know why we're, like, an hour late. But, yeah, the next Crypto Barons episode is going to be another Halloween-themed one. Except what's going to make this spoopy, that's what my friends call it, spoopy, instead of spooky, is if everything goes right, it's going to be called We Can't Stop Here, This is Bat Country. And I'm going to show it to you probably in a second, but I've had the Brave browser loaded on this thing for a while, and I'm going to explain to you, everyone, what Brave is, how it works, because it's open source, so we can look at the code. It has Tor functionality, so now that you know Tor, you'll be able to follow along with me better. It has its own unique blockchain token technology that it's trying to do as an alternative to ads. And then we're going to focus on some of the not so pleasant things that Brave has been doing, because it's definitely had its controversies. Some more minimal, and some recently have been total WTF to the point of like whole entities just dropping it wholesale, which I don't blame them for. And then we're going to show you a cool hack workaround that that actually takes the good stuff of Brave and gets rid of all the bad stuff, and thus makes it kind of better. So that's going to be the next episode. I can even go further than that and tell you what the next couple episodes are. So I believe November, if it's not potpourri, the first episode of November. And by the way, the next October episode, because we stream the second and fourth Fridays Saturdays every month. So today was the 10th because we crossed midnight. The next stream, let's see, will be on October 24th. So that will be that one. We're going to be doing a special Halloween stream, but yeah, October 24th, that is the fourth Saturday, will be the next stream. And then in November, which will be November 14th, we're going to, it's just got that installing, so I'm going to install the optional stuff. We're going to be doing an entire episode. We might be a potpourri episode, but I kind of really want to cover blockchain technologies and how they're used for like vote systems. I think that would be incredibly cool. Let's see. Do not use zip file from GitLab. Okay. I'm glad I put that in the notes. So this should hopefully take a little bit less than what we were installing before. This is again, I'm laughing because this is actually going well. So like WTF. Yay for Arch, I guess. Arch Master Race wins on the live stream. Who'd have thunk it? What was I getting to? If not, I'm going to talk about how blockchain can be used for voting methodologies, including like community voting, as well as the crazy and weird failed attempts at trying to get it on a local and national election level and all the scandals involved on that in the United States, including politicians who have supported cryptocurrencies, some legitimately, some for very unscrupulous reasons, and hopefully that should be the episode. The second episode in November, because again, it's 2 episodes a month. I know exactly what that one's going to be. That is going to be on November 28th, and it's going to be, even though it's going to be like 2 days afterwards, it's going to be Thanksgiving theme, and I can't think of anything better Thanksgiving theme than honoring the Native Americans that unfortunately lost their land in order to make this shithole of a country called the United States. By the way, I'm very patriotic. I really do I love being a United States citizen. I would fight for my country. My family in the past has fought for this country, especially in World War II. But you know, I feel like when you like a country so much, you have to be perfectly honest with yourself. So, you know, to me, the worst type of people are the people that supposedly like something so much. Peace Knife, you're still here. Wow, you've been watching this for like 5 hours now. Holy crap, you are a trooper. If we were in a subscription system, I'd make you like a lead commentator at this point, because holy crap. What I will say is that, especially, I'm not going to dox myself, because you could easily find out, but my day job, or when I had one during COVID, remember those? I dealt with a lot of parents that spoiled their kids, so they're just sort of like, they worship their kids so much that they spoil them. And to me, if you truly loved your children, you know, you obviously reward them when they do good stuff, but if they did bad things, especially bad things to other people, no matter how trivial it is, you would punish them for it. Because to me, if you love something so much, like I love blockchain technologies and cryptocurrencies, I love video games, I love hacking, and I love this country, but to me, because I love it so much, when it F's up, I'm super critical of it because I love it so much that I don't want to see it be crappy like this. So that's my form of like patriotism. Let's see. Fort configuration is done. This was an optional step, but you know, I don't like to count my chickens before they hatch, and you know, I try to cover my A, B's, and C's and stuff. So Devil's Advocate. That's fine as long as you're aware of Devil's Advocate, because there are people who get really lost in that, and then there's also people who think there's devil advocates, and then they're not, and then you end up with Ben Shapiro, you know? So that's a whole thing right there. Or who was the last... Whoever moderated that first presidential panel, that was crazy. Okay, so now that we got that done, I'm going to clear it. God, I'm going to really investigate about the Tor thing, because I didn't know about MSYS2, and I'm already loving it as someone who uses Arch, or used to use Arch a lot. I'm going to go back to it eventually. So now we're going to do the classic, let's see, being negative has a more positive effect than reaffirming positives. I think it's a mix of both. To me, being negative all the time, you can easily get lost in that and have a Debbie Downer, but I think if you highlight positives without being like rose-colored glasses, and then you focus on negatives without being so negative that there's like no future for the thing, you're good. Like, for example, in computer security, we have a bad habit of, particularly professional computer security, where we, you know, like I said, everything is hackable, everything can be hacked, but we get to this point where we talk about so much of, oh, you could hack it like this, or you could do that, that what we end up telling people is, oh, so I shouldn't put locks on my house because apparently there's a defeat for every single one of these, so why I should bother. And again, any form of security, unless it's truly detrimental to that person, is better than no security. And to me, that's an example of being so negative that now you have the opposite effect happening. So to me, it's a balance, but I completely understand where you're coming from, because again, I can't like something and ignore bad stuff in it. So let's continue on. We're going to git clone this. What do you mean it's not found? I don't have... Am I going to have the same problem with this like I normally do with Windows 10 on here? So let's see, Pac-Man. So just gonna do S install git. Will that work? Because I have git on this machine. Let's see. So originally I was going to try to do this on Windows. So I think I'm having the same problem that, see, even though I'm very large devil's advocate, but fundamental level I'm moralistic. Yeah. So cool about that. The reason I'm distracted here is because unfortunately what I think I'm going to have to do, and I'm going to hate doing this, is we're going to go back to the virtual machine. And I'm going to attempt to install this using ATP commands to Pac-Man. So this was pretty good while it lasted. I have to talk to Saracel, who sets up these Windows machines, to figure out why it's being brick-walled like this. So, you know, because apparently according to the people there, and I do agree with them, this should work. But for some reason, like certain things like Git and stuff just do not want to work with the way Saracel does Windows 10. So I am very confused on why. Actually, that's a good point. Let's check something here. I'm just gonna look up to see if I'm maybe just remembering the Pac-Man commands wrong, and to see if I can actually figuring out how to use an Ethereum. I keep saying Ether now. I'm so old. Ethereum miner spent me like 5 hours last night. No, trust me, I know how you feel. And as you can probably tell, I am doing a lot more crazy stuff. We're trying to do this weird alpha thing, making frickin' Pac-Man commands run in Windows. Than what I even normally do on here. So let's try Pac-Man SS Git. Will that work? Okay, maybe that actually solved that problem. Let's try this again. Command not. How can it not? You know what? How about this? Just to see if it will run, let's get rid of the recursive tag. Okay. Finding package. Yeah, I see this all on here. I'm just trying to figure out why this isn't working. I don't know if it's because of something stupid that I'm doing or what. Oh, okay, I've typed this again. Let's see. Okay, I finally found the notorious Arch Wiki on here. Let's see. Yeah, I should just be able to... There should just be a package out in there. I shouldn't have to go through the repository or anything. So let's try, let's do a variant. Git clone. Actually, sorry, Pac-Man S Git. Pac-Man S Git. Oh, maybe that will do it. That might do it. For some reason, I didn't think to type that. That actually might do it. If it doesn't work, then I'm going to skip this, and then we're going to just try to run Monero through I2P on the, through Debian. That actually might have done it. See, I thought I was going to be doing this at like 10, like this segment. I have no idea why the other things took so long. It wasn't even the whole darknet thing, because the whole darknet market, I factored that like a half an hour into all of this, and I don't know, maybe I got sidetracked or whatever, but this is going to be a lot. Like, I don't mind that this episode, Crypto Barons, is long, but I've done like 2 long episodes. I guarantee that the next episode about Brave is going to be way shorter. We're not going to be doing any, unfortunately, we're not going to be doing any terminal commands and stuff, but I will be doing some browser things, and we're going to be, actually, not terminal commands, we're going to be doing 1 installation, and that's it, and that's all the way at the end, so that I do know about. So it's going to go through a lot of Perl right now. See, if I knew about this, if I knew it didn't have Git by default, I should have known that, because usually these come like really bare basic, but if I knew in advance that it does not have Git in it by default, because if you saw, I have all these tabs open, I've already set up the Debian and wallets and stuff like that. I would have already installed this section here. The only reason I didn't do everything else for Corvery is because I thought it'd be cool to see that on air. And to be honest, it went by really freaking fast. So I was like impressed. So cool. So that got done loading. Let's try these commands again. So paste. Now it works. Okay. Cool. So maybe everything else will work on here. Like maybe everything else for like the Sassel tokens and stuff. You'll see what I mean in the future post because I have to update. We have a blog post that I wrote. It was one of our early blog posts. It's still after the DEFCON guides, both this year and last year. It is one of, let's see, Corvery. Yay. Is like our most requested, our most most viewed blog post where there's a weird way that Freenode that you connect through Tor, that's on Freenode through Tor, and you have to use SASL tokens or Sassel tokens. And I tell you how in Mac, Windows, and Linux how to do it because even their official guide leaves out stuff. And then, and so we figured out what they left out. Each one of them left out, and all of them left out, and add our own stuff, put it in. And I used to use Cywin for the commands, but now that doesn't work from what I understand. That just doesn't work now. And so now that I have this, it's Arch Linux commands, but it actually might work. So now that we're in the Corvery thing, we're not gonna do that. Now that we're in the Corvery folder, we're going to now make the release. That might take a little bit. And then we're going to make install. And then that should work. So yeah, so far, I don't want to jinx it, but so far, this is... We've had other coding things on CryptoMan, like the first episode when I did a couple of edits in VS Codium and stuff, everything worked, and I also explained what my mistakes were. And the Python one worked flawlessly because I did it multiple times and I know it worked. But so far, ironically enough, this is the first time something, start for finish, even when we had that little snag with Git, has worked. And ironically, it's when we're using fucking Arch commands. So as much as people complain about Pac-Man, and I have my own Pac-Man jokes, it works, you know? When you know what you're doing, and I know what I'm doing in Arch most of the time. That's why I was like, oh, it probably doesn't install Git, and I just wanted to quickly make sure how you install Git directly through Pac-Man as if this was the super most basic Arch install on the planet on command line, and it works so far. So I will say while this is building, let's go back to the VM. This one we can double task because everything's on the same screen. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go back to Parrot. We're going to go back to the Party Parrot right here. And we're going to do the instructions for Monero on how to, where are you? I have this in my notes somewhere on how to do Monero. It's over here. Through I2P. Like directly. So, first thing that we need to do that I didn't think about on here is we're going to download the Monero client. So I'm going to go search Monero, not Monero, Monero. Still building, by the way. These make scripts often build, and even if it doesn't fully build, I know it's still working, so I'll be gladly to end it here at this point, because I'm really hungry and it's about to fry my mind. So we're going to go to Get Monero. Download the Monero client. Just clicked on the wrong thing. Oh, be quiet. So downloads. The GUI wallet, which I don't really care for. Is there a version for? Here's the client wallet. So let's see here. We're going to do this entirely through the command line. So we're using Linux on a 64-bit machine. So we're going to open that with the package manager. So unzips it, which should be the latest release. I'm going to kill the earlier terminal here. because unfortunately this whole thing here didn't work with the Bitcoin client. So screw that. Now my question is, where is... It should have downloaded and extracted. I don't know where it just went. Let's see. Should be like a download section or something somewhere, because everything's squished in a bit, so I can't really quite see what's going on. Let's try downloading. Or maybe it's just taking slow. That might be another thing. Everything just might be taking slow on this because life hates me. So let's see here. It should be under E. Nope. Could be accessories. I'm just gonna load up. I think it loaded separately here. Alright, so I'm gonna try to we're gonna open one of these things. It should be just under downloads. For some reason it didn't download, maybe that's why. I'm just gonna save file. There's the download thing. Just gonna do all of this manually here. Again, this is like when you see hacking tutorials, this is like the stuff they edit out. Like, I know what I'm doing. I've done rehearsals on this, but this is like the non-sexy stuff they don't show you. So it's going to read the tarball here. And hopefully I'll have enough space to open it. If not, I'll just skip it. Let's go back to the... Okay, so it just finished installing... it's just finished making on the other end. So now we're going to officially make install. I'm going to actually flip this over to show you. So I'm going to turn off Parrot. So that just got done. So to finish the Monero Covery, we're going to now make install this bastard. Wait a second. So. Just want to make sure I didn't mistype this. Failed to install. Did I build it? Let me just copy paste command here. Because making it should have built it. Maybe I should just make. Okay. I'm just making it right now. It's not going to install it, but I'm just going to make it, and then hopefully when I install it, it should work. Let's bring back the Parrot. The Parrot. And then we'll end this stream. Because I told you this part would drive me crazy, and it's driving me extra crazy right now. So I'm going to extract this. Extract it. What should I do is... let me look at the instructions real quick. Where are you? Unzip the latest. Okay. So I should actually extract this not in downloads, but in like just the base thing here. Let's see other locations. No, not there. Not there. Just base home. Just gonna do it in home. So I'm gonna extract all of this. It's gonna take a couple of moments because again we're running on a VM and I'm doing all these other crazy stuff. So it seems like there was a couple of errors when we went to make it earlier. So yeah, I guess it's just not running on this. But that took us really far. I'm really impressed with this MSY S2 system. I'm actually going to go back to the Sassel token thing and see if using Pacman commands I could recreate what I originally did in Cywin. So hey, you know, I did one error. I screwed up one thing to find a solution for another. I can't think of anything more hackery than that, you know? Just saying out there. Okay, so I'm going to show the folders and files and quit. So yeah, that's all there. All right, so now I should just be able to run this command, and that should start I2P0. If not, I actually might have to jump into the folder of this. I'm going to bring up the parrot terminal again, and we're going to type in router bin I2P0. So that doesn't exist. Let's find out here. So I just want to double check. Down, unzip, non-GUI. Alright, I'm actually going to go to their GitHub page here and see what they're talking about. Because I'm... Oh! That was the... I have to still do the... What was that? That was the Monero client. What I need to unzip is the... I'm an idiot. Actual I2P0. So now that I have that, let's go to I2P0. So I'm just going to go at that base level and see what they say. That's the project. It's written in Java because life hates me. So there's the download releases. Binary releases, Docker, Ubuntu. Just looking at some of these things. Alright, so I should be able to just download under releases, and I should be good with this. So should be the releases section. Let's see, I don't need the GUI version, I just need it for Linux, so they're all zip files, so I'm just going to save this under downloads. I'll go back into downloads. Cool, alright, so now I'm going to extract this. The home directory again. Okay, so everything's in there now. So let's go back. Let's run that command again. See if that works. I have to enter the directory first, so we're actually going to close this. This is kind of fun. So what you do is you go here and you go open in terminal, and that way I don't have to CD in it. And now we're going to do router bin I2P0. Unable to load let's try what they say. See, I typed that right. Enable preview, and that didn't work. Do I have to actually install Monero itself in order for me to use it? Maybe. We're gonna find out. Let's see here. Everything should just be fine in here. Alright, so classic Monero. I'm going to call it quits today. I didn't get this to work. It's 108, but let's go back to the DEFCON 201 tour page. So let's turn all this stuff off. Arch and the parrot. And we're going to turn back on the browser. And actually, we're going to turn off the browser, and I'm going to move myself over here and finally grow myself. So yes, thank you everyone for tuning into this shockingly long episode of Crypto Barons. I did not literally think, I know that's what she said, but I literally did not think we were going to go this far in the night. I thought we were going to be streaming until like at worst 11. And it turns out we just went on forever. And it sucks too because we also have a closed captioning system. I don't even know if I turned it on. I'm definitely going to turn it on for End Commander stream and our meeting stream. And our meeting's going to be awesome again. Our meeting is on the 16th, October 16th. I'm figuring out the last details tomorrow, or I should say later today, and then Monday morning to Monday midday, I'm going to post all the information for that. But promise is a promise. So the first thing is, I don't know if there's anyone on D Live, but I'm going on D Live right now, and we're going to do this lemon drop. So the thing about D Live is that they have a thing called lemons. We have a crap ton of them, and I don't know if anyone's in D Live, but I am going to now click on our little casket thing. And I'm going to click that. Let's see. Resets by midnight. Okay, so I'm just going to add more to the chest here. It's going to be a lot. And I'm going to click distribute rewards. And the next couple of seconds, hopefully it will distribute rewards to a lucky person. You have 25 seconds. And now, I'm at the same time, I'm going to go into Twitch, and we are going to raid someone. So I have no idea. I'm pretty sure ShellCon is still going. If ShellCon's, the after party is going, we're going to check out the awesome music and people at ShellCon because they've been doing a party because today was their last day at ShellCon. I'm going to quickly poke it back into the lockpicking room before they're done. It's really neat. Let's see, because Project Melody was on earlier, but unfortunately we streamed way too long. Sphere Hunter's on. Naysayer is doing debug stuff, so that's kind of cool. We normally forward to him. We might do that. ShellCon is still going. Is there anything else here? Lurks. Crypto bot trading, which we were streaming earlier. Yeah, no, we're just going to forward you guys to ShellCon and their awesome music. I mean, normally we go to Naysayer. You should still check out Naysayer88. He's really cool. But no, what we're going to do is we're actually going to go, if it will let me. And unfortunately, no one claimed the lemons. So next time, we put like over 500 lemons in there. Next time, we'll see how we do with the, hopefully, we'll have a shorter stream, I can guarantee it. And we will see who will get all those lemons. So I'm going to make an extra note of that, of like we have 500 lemons. We're going to stream it. Thank you, B-Snipe. You deserve an MVP because, you know, we usually have a couple of regulars in here. Unfortunately, they couldn't make them tonight. But you should have MVP of watching this entire goddamn thing because that's nuts. As a reminder again, if you like what you see, you can go to our website, which is defcon201.org. I'm going to type that URL in chat. Make sure it's HTTPS. And in addition, just because for you, B-Snipe, what I'm going to do is type in, and this should be accurate, our YouTube page. And hi for everyone. And we had that awesome one follow on YouTube that I very much appreciate. So let's see. There's no triple slashes. www.youtube.com/c/defcon201. If you want to look at previous episode of Crypto Barons, probably later tonight, I'm going to make them into an actual playlist. But you can check out not only my episodes, but previous episodes of Hack All End Commander, Archviolinist Perspective, which was the last show before this, some of our crazy specials when we've covered, I can't speak, some of our crazy specials where we cover different conventions and stuff like that, like DEFCON and Hackers on Planet Earth. So you can go check that out, B-Snipe or anyone else watching this. Anyhow, we're going to now go in and raid on Twitch. So if you're on Twitch, be prepared. We are going to raid the ShellCon after party and groove out to these awesome hacker tunes. So thank you for joining in on Crypto Barons. This was an unnaturally long episode, but I hope you learned a lot. We covered what a darknet is, how Tor works. We covered how you can pipe current cryptocurrency through Tor, how the Tor browser works, cryptocurrencies that only exist through Tor, some of them that are legit, some of them that are not so legit, and we covered a bit of I2P that, because of the nature of I2P encoding, didn't exactly work. But at least we tried, and we got further than in most episodes. So again, next episode we're going to cover about the Brave browser and its BAT authentication token. We're going to look at the code of how that browser is built, how it's built on top of Chromium, and the good, the bad, and some of the really ugly, as well as the way users, because it's the open source community, has patched the really ugly. So we're going to invade ShellCon right now. Again, thank you for checking out Crypto Barons. The next episode, Crypto Barons, it's going to be the fourth. It's going to be the fourth Saturday, so that will be on October 24th. And our next meeting will be on October 16th. That's this Friday. We're going to announce details on that on Monday. So thank you for checking out Crypto Barons with me with Blockchain. I am Sidepocket. I'm one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201. You can check us out on defcon201.org. You can also follow us and share and like on Twitter at defcon201.nj, and find us on all social media. You can check our website for this listing on Instagram, GitHub, Mastodon, and all of those. And what was the last thing I was going to say? Yeah, I hope you really enjoyed the episode. I think I'm missing one. Oh, if you like what you saw, you can still click that like button even when we're not streaming. Like, follow, share, subscribe on Twitch, DLive, and YouTube. When we're live, we like to chat those out. And thank you for all tuning in. This has been Crypto Barons. I'm Sidepocket from DEFCON 201, one of the co-founders. Dirty Jersey represent, hack the planet, and I hope you have a pleasant night, and rock out to the awesome ShellCon tunes. Peace. This has been Crypto Barons. I'm Sidepocket from DEFCON 201, one of the co-founders. Dirty Jersey represent, hack the planet, and I hope you have a pleasant night, and rock out to the awesome ShellCon tunes. Peace. This has been Crypto Barons. I'm